There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Lovely.
Burger?
That's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one.
It's actually very complicated at higher levels.
Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah. Opa! Yes!
Nerd, I understand that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, monte che viene Santa Romanica.
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand initiating.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is feedback. Come out of it. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
Come
The
on.
Botez
Conversations that
sisters are
one.
like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, how do we do this?
Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Our love game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Me too!
Who's gonna climb it off?
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things.
Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che sono America.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but nation to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The
Conversations
Botez
at
sisters are
once.
like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around like.
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because there's another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
El Manito!
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through?
Bonjour, Alamon! Bienvenue à Paris!
Party stars.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things.
Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the easiest
Because it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
Okay, we are ready for another day from Reykjavik. It is round number 7 out of 9, and we did have one camera up and running. It's Alexandra in the front, and then there does seem to be a gremlin in the back, barely visible, doing some kind of technical stuff as well. Today's opponent, Andrea, is facing a Finnish FIDE master, a national team member for the Finnish women's team, Johanna Pasikangas. Finland are our neighbors, but we don't really understand how they want their language to work. But if Andrea makes a draw in this game, she's going to cross 1900 FIDE rating. So that's pretty exciting. The way she's been playing, she's going to cross that anyway at some point very soon. But we take the milestones when we can get them. Alexandra is, she has the white pieces, and she's facing a Dutch player, Remco Jelsma, who has no games in the database and got his first FIDE rating just like 2 years ago. So this may be one of those players who started out when watching the Queen's Gambit and got really into chess and started playing chess themselves. So we out here trying to destroy the hopes and dreams of the new kind of category of chess players. Chess hasn't been spoiled with a lot of adult improvers in the past, but it really changed with the release of the Queen's Gambit show. And this guy may be a product of the success chess was having during the pandemic. In any case, the clocks are starting. Never mind. We're off. Andrea with the black pieces. Oh, Andrea with the black pieces. I need to turn around her game. My bad. And her opponent plays d4. Now, Andrea's score with black has been atrocious. Her score with white has been magnificent. And yeah, you cannot play the Jababa London with the black pieces. Or actually, the thing is, you can play the Jababa London with the black pieces. So maybe we should be teaching Andrea that. Because Rickard Rapport plays it, and he's the one who is part of the inventors of the Jababa London. So you might wanna just copy Rapport on that. But in any case, Andrea has been staying true to her King's Indian defense, and that is what she's doing here again. Her opponent being very classical in the approach, taking control in the center of the board, and Andrea is fianchettoing her bishop to play a classic King's Indian setup. Speaking of the Queen's Gambit, the TV show, Alexandra is cosplaying. Is that not the outfit that what's her name again? Belle? No. Beth, thank you. That Beth is wearing, kind of, in some of the posters. In any case, we got moves coming in on both boards. Andrea's opponent has taken control in the center of the board. She has played pawn to e4, Andrea facing a main line Kings Indian, so that's going to be exciting. Could be a very, very tough, aggressive game, which suits Andrea's style. On Alexandra's board, we got the same start. Oh, we got the same start. Pawn to c4. And then her opponent goes a pawn to g6. And we have a... No, wait. That's not a pawn to g6, is it? Is it a pawn to e3? It might be a pawn to e6. Never mind. Sorry, my view is not great. Yeah, pawn to e6 has been played, and now g3 from Alexandra, inviting the Catalan opening. An opening she's played a couple of times before, but she's definitely still learning to play it. And I am happy to say that is our preparation for her game today. So I kind of should have understood that was on the board. In Andrea's game, she goes pawn to d6. All just classic King's Indian moves so far. This is quite exciting for Andrea. Her opponent is going for the main line King's Indian. And that stuff is super tricky. And it must suit her style, I would think, to go into that. Johanna actually lives very close to me. Does that mean you're not cheering for the Botez sisters today, Turha? Or are you cheering for your Finnish compatriot instead? Super tricky. It is quite tricky. Oh, Queenie. Did she play Queen e8? Oh, wow. Andrea's been cooking. And not sandwiches. Queen to e... I genuinely have never seen this position before. And I've seen a lot of chess in my life. Ooh, this is very interesting. Because sometimes when you go pawn to e5, which is the classic King's Indian way of playing, then after takes, your opponent gets the opportunity to trade queens, which some King's Indian players really dislike, going into a queen trade like this. So by playing queen to e8, Andrea is making sure that there will be no early queen trade in this game. That's very, very interesting. If this is based on the opponent trying to play calmer variations against the King's Indian, this could be super clever. I like it so far from Andrea. And Alexandra has played knight to f3, which is interesting. Actually, funny story about Alexandra's game. Her opponent has a 3-year-old inactive account on chess.com. So what I do then, we had no information on him whatsoever. And what I do when I have no information from the regular databases, I go check if I can find their chess.com account. And I found an account with his name. But there was no info to get from there. But then I go from chess.com to the other site and check out the same username there. And that username had a Dutch flag. And I think it's the same guy. So basically, our entire preparation for today's game has been a random account online. We have no idea whether it's his or not, but we didn't have any other information to go off. And frankly, based on how the opening has gone, I'm pretty sure we had the right one. Good online stalking. That journalism degree didn't go to waste. Queen e8 was played by Fabiano Caruana a few days ago. Okay. Apparently, I'm revealing that I'm slacking as far as top level chess goes. He looks Dutch. How do you look Dutch? I'm curious. You are tall. Fair enough. That's a reasonable argument. One thing I will say though is that in all his games on the Lee Chess account, he did go pawn to c5. So our preparation for today was the Tarash opening. And after bishop to b4, we're out of book. But, you know, you can't have it all. The clogs give it away. You think he's wearing clogs in Iceland in the winter? Why did Remco attack the king and then go back? That's a very good question, and the answer is kind of tricky. Basically, Black makes the argument that White's bishop is misplaced because in some of these, so what happens here is that both players castle, and then the queen moves up. Basically, we get to this position, and here the argument for making this check and then going back is that if you hadn't made the check, White would now be able to move the knight to d2, where it both supports the pawn on c4 and it supports the e4 square, so that you can push pawn to e4 next. Whereas now, if you want to control this square, you have to go with the knight here, but then you have no one protecting your pawn. It's very common to give this check and then go back at the higher levels, but the reasoning is like super nuanced. Alexandra castle? I mean, Alexandra now can go bishop to g2 and castle. Hopes are she's going to be castling within the next 3 moves. But on the other hand, whenever she does castle early, it hasn't necessarily worked out for her either. So we'll see what happens. Andrea's opponent has made a move. She's castled because she's, you know, well educated within the general rules of chess. And now Andrea plays e5. And this is, wow, this is very surprising, but the computer's top choice by far is actually to take this black pawn. But it's not super common that White voluntarily wants to make this trade. Andrea is playing a bit of an unusual line within the King's Indian, but I'm really liking her approach so far, and it's very clear to me that she's still in her preparation while her opponent is taking some time on the decisions. So good start for Andrea, also good start for Alexandra, who is about to castle next. I don't understand Queen e8. Queen e8 has made sure that if White now chooses to trade the pawns in the center, there will be no queen trade. And the queen also is protecting the pawn. So Queen e8 is very interesting from Andrea. Let's go, New. Let's go, Connor. This slow cooking meals is brilliant. because it actually doesn't require that much attention either, right? I should be doing more of it. Did Andrea draw yesterday? Yeah, she saved a position down 2 pawns. We were always kind of optimistic that it could work, but it did feel like it was going to be a very tricky and long-winded defensive effort. But she kind of made it look easy and made a draw without even getting to move 100. I remember at some point I said that this is going to be 100 moves minimum, but she made a draw well before then. Ooh, the trade in the center does happen. I'm gonna bet that Andrea's opponent normally goes for the queen trade and has a tendency of making the trade between the pawns and the center. Because this feels kind of nice for black. What's important to note here, guys, is that because white has been so aggressive with the central pawns, now there's no white pawn that can position itself to control this this d4 square. So one of our hopes for the future is going to be that we try to get a knight to this square, but it's not going to be as easy as the arrows I just pointed, because we don't really want to go with our knight to the c6 square, because then white has really nice access to this d5 square where the pawns are working and having excellent control. So what Andrea is going to be looking for is something like pawn to c6 so that she controls this one, and then her knight is going to have to take a little bit of a detour in order to get into the d4 square. But let me make an example variation here just to kind of illustrate what we're hoping is going to happen in the long term. We're hoping for something like this, where one knight comes up to this square, and then the other knight, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, but something like this. Something like this we're hoping for, with one knight going to the f4 square, and then this knight is going to try to get to the d4 square. And black in general just has very interesting play with the knights. And basically the knights are going to be the only pieces we move around for a little bit now. A little bit with the knights and a little bit with the pawns to take control of some of the important squares in our half of the board. So let's see how it develops. Andrea's opponent is still thinking after the trade in the center happened, but I'm feeling cautiously optimistic, and I want to repeat the point that I made just earlier, which is that with a draw today, Andrea makes it to 1900 FIDE. I'm not going to mention it to her unless she kind of gets it, because frankly, the way she's been playing, she's going to make it at some point very soon anyway. But it's nice to celebrate some of the milestones. Alexandra is ready to castle. Yeah, love to see it. She's thinking now though, but I think she's gonna castle. A sensationally early castling from Miss Botez. She's getting plus 25. She will be 1850, no? Unless she played another tournament before. Yeah, that's quite a significant unless though, sir. You're revealing that you didn't watch the legendary Prague tournament where Andrea gained yeah, a ton of rating. So trust me, I don't say things without doing my research. How much do you gain with a win at their level? They gain, like, if they play against someone with an equal rating to themselves, they gain 10 points. Are you saying Alexandra's camera is frozen? I can literally see Andrea moving. You guys are just confused because Alexandra has the incredibly still pose. Is it generally a good idea to castle to the same side your opponent castles to? Ooh, good question, Tim. Because there's no like easy answer to this. In general, it's better to castle to the side. In general, it's better to castle to the king side. That's the number one rule. And the reasoning is actually quite simple. Because if you go to the right side here, you only have to get out the bishop and the knight. Whereas if you go to the opposite direction, you also have to get the queen out. So castling to the closer side is always going to be you're going to be able to do it quicker. And like I think I've seen some stats that says like 85% of castling is done to the short side. So in general, that's what you do just for speed and expediency. The times you want to castle to the opposite direction, it's difficult to make like a clear rule for those moments. But in general, you want to castle to the side where you have a lot of pawns protecting your king. So in this instance, because White's c pawn here has moved up and is challenging in towards the center, you're going to be less inclined to castle in that direction because you then have less pawns close to the king protecting it. Whereas now that Alexandra castled kingside, she has that nice little 3-pawn hut that the bishop resides in. So right now her king is very, very well protected. So in general, castling is about getting the rook into the game and getting the king out of the way and keeping the king safe. So in general, you want to castle quickly. That's often the main priority, which is why so many people castle to the short side. And then second priority is castling where you have lots of pawns and lots of pieces to protect your king. Do you think you can tell which cell your opponent is looking at? No, I don't pay too much attention to where my opponent is looking. You can tell kind of the general area they're focusing on. But yeah, mostly I just focus on my own train of thought. Opposite side castling often makes for a more dynamic fight. It definitely does. So it's considered a bit more kind of risky play in many ways. Because if you move your king to the side where your opponent doesn't have a king, basically you don't want to rush the pawns in front of your own king. So when both kings end up on the same side of the board, you're less likely to be facing a pawn rush from the opponent, because that would also then weaken their pawn protection of their own king. Whereas if you go in opposite directions, both players are free to rush their pawns towards the opponent's king because they don't have to be concerned about the pawn rush weakening their own king's positioning. Castling to opposite sides it's very exciting, but it's also quite risky, and there's no like very good rule that applies in every situation for it being good or not. When you're just starting out, like reading about openings, etc., would you recommend 10-minute games on chess.com or something shorter? Gauchmaster, I would recommend the time control that where you're actually ending up your games feeling kind of a little bit the rush of the time. So if you play 10-minute games, but you always end the game having 7 minutes left, then you should definitely switch to a shorter time control. But if you play like 10-minute games and you often get stressed out about how little time you have left and you often lose the game on time, then probably you should go to an even slower time control. And the same then applies for 5-minute games, right? That if you often lose on time, then maybe consider doing 10 minutes instead. You have to balance how well you manage to use your own time versus, ooh, this is interesting, versus, wow, this is very confusing. Wow, so I was right that this guy likes to play the Tarush. But the way he's done it is so confusing. So this position with white to move is part of Alexandra's preparation. But this position, with the bishop having been lured to d2, is not. Let me see. If we take... pawn to b4. Yeah, no, so something like this is Alexandra's preparation, but then we like to have the bishop here pointing down through the center of the board, and we like to move the knight here. But now since he lured the bishop kind of out of its normal positioning, then the plan that we had in our preparation is not going to be as effective for Alexandra in this circumstance, because the positioning of the bishop is different. Okay, pawn to c5. We're close to something Alexandra looked at before the game, but not exactly. So now she's gonna have to figure it out on her own. She does capture on c5 to begin with, which is by far the best move. So good start there. In Andrea's game, her opponent has developed the bishop, and now the bishop is actually threatening to win the rook, surprisingly. Because when we moved the queen to the side, it means that we limited the choices for this rook that's being blocked in absolutely every direction. So now the white bishop is simply threatening to capture the rook. And Andrea is going to have to take control of this c5 square as a response to that. But fortunately, knight to a6, I showcased how we want to try to move this knight towards the d4 square or the f4 square. So this is part of our plan anyway. So Andrea can go knight a6 and not really have this threat of the bishop capturing the rook cause a problem for her at all. So that's the good news. And she does play knight a6. So clearly she's familiar with the plans in this opening. What was the question I was responding to? What should you be doing as a new player? Time control? Yeah, so I was trying to say that one of the best ways to improve in chess is just playing quite a lot of games. And so if you're playing 10-minute games, but you don't use that time, but your opponent used 10 minutes every time, it means that you're kind of giving yourself less games per minute you sit down with chess, because your opponent is using their time, but you're not using yours. And then you might as well play a shorter time control so that you get to play more games in the same chess time you've had. Computer has an interesting rook sack after b4. Yeah, I like that. Pawn to b4, you just capture it, allow the opponent to trap the rook. But then the key here is that in the position that that ensues, here we talked about, and I tried to talk about this with Alexandra, but it definitely also applies to Andrea here, that we need to have good awareness of squares where we or our opponent are unable to have pawns putting pressure in towards and making that a good outpost for our pieces. So in this case, this would be a really good sacrifice of the rook for Andrea, because she can potentially have her knight on c5, and that knight can never really be pushed back. And she can also try to maneuver this other knight towards the d4 square, which has a similar effect, that if you get a knight placed here, those pieces can never be kicked away by the opponent's pawns. So we say here that black has incredible dark square control, and also white's bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. So this would be a really, really good sacrifice for her if her opponent chooses to try and push the pawn forward to knock the knight out of position. In Alexandra's game, after pawn takes on c5, getting the green star, her opponent has recaptured. And now comes the tricky part, because in Alexandra's preparation, she was supposed to try and push her pawns up to attack this bishop, but that was very much based on this bishop then being able to sit out on the side and point in towards the center, as well as the knight coming into this d2 square, which is now occupied by the bishop. So Alexandra needs to appreciate the change in situation and try to adapt her plan to the new circumstances. And if Alexandra here plays queen to c2, she's going to have a good advantage coming out of the opening, because her queen is targeting down towards the black bishop, and the black bishop may be forced to move yet again. Now that bishop would then have moved once, twice, 3 times, only to end up on a reasonably passive square. And in the meantime, Alexandra would be able to develop her pieces very quickly, pointing them down towards the black, through the black center towards the black queen. So we'll see if she figures out the key of using the queen to put pressure on this black bishop in this instance. Andrea's opponent has played knight to d2. This is very classic in the King's Indian, because by playing the knight back, white is essentially securing the placement of this bishop. The idea of moving the knight back is to open up for this other white bishop to control the g4 square, so that the black knight is unable to go to g4 and kick this dark squared bishop out of its position. Based on the fact that we saw this in our analysis, a variation where black could give away a rook in trade for this dark squared bishop, that really tells us how valuable that white bishop can be in these situations, especially considering the fact that white has this square on d4, where there are no pawns that can control that square, which means that long term black is really trying to get a knight or a bishop or a rook to that square. This bishop on the dark squares is one of the key defenders. So white just cannot allow that bishop to be traded off, and knight to d2 is a part of the job white is doing, keeping the bishop safe from potential threats such as the knight coming up to try and trade. Andrea is going to go pawn to c6 here, if she has been taught well by her coach. Pawn to c6 is a key move in these positions, taking control of the d5 square and preventing then any possibility this other white knight has to move forward. I'm surprised the streamers have not yet faced each other in the tournament. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Prexus. We haven't had one of those big derbies, which would be very exciting. But at the same time, there are 400 players in this tournament. So, like, 400 players, 8 streamers. Someone will do the math on that, but it's not like outside the realm of possibility that they haven't faced each other yet. Would like to see Kramling versus Botez, Botez versus Botez. That would be very exciting. How many has the score? 3 out of 6. 3 out of 6 is quite crowded. Let me check how many people are playing the tournament. There's 395. Who controls the fonts in the background can barely read anything? Yeah, that's going to be my fault. Johanna may... The problem is partly that the names are so long. If Johanna becomes a J instead, then it's going to make it a lot more readable. Is she Finnish? Yes. Pasikangas is definitely Finnish. I don't know. Well, I mean, Norwegians are, of course, more exposed to Finnish than most people. But this double A, I feel like, is very classic Finnish. Because if they say like, oh, you're gonna have a long A, they don't do that like with an accent or anything like that. They just say, oh, it's a long A, let's put 2 in there. I don't know if it's true, but in Norway they say that Finnish children score the best in like education tests, and part of the reason is because their language is so easy, which to me seems like crazy because it looks like it's just jumbled up a lot of letters together. But what they say is that it's very easy to pronounce once you read it. That it's very phonetic somehow. Isn't that every language? Yeah. Tell me about your language. What language are you using, sir? And I'll tell you about all the silent letters you're using. The number of languages in the world choose not to pronounce is wild. And in your own language, at least, you often just take it for granted. Well, of course, lamb has a B in it. Oh yeah, his limbs are... You gotta watch out for those. Spanish easy? I'm pretty sure there's this guy on my YouTube algorithm. He does these really, really good skits with Spanish and English and French coming together to invent their language. And he's really good at pointing out the massive inconsistencies the languages have in silent letters for no reason and stuff like that. And Spanish definitely gets some protests from him. Q is my favorite one. Yes. How do you know how to spell Q? Based on Queue. Did Bensea teach Andrea that Queen E8 line? I would assume so. But if he taught her well, she will play the move C6 now. Otherwise, we're gonna have to say that he hasn't done a good job. Norwegian loves silent letters too. I don't think we're as bad as English, but we definitely got quite a few, yes. Worcester sauce. Worcester sauce. Worcester? I think that's what you're supposed to say. Worcester sauce? But yeah, that's a tough one. Worcestershire, but no one says Worcestershire when you pronounce the sauce, right? You would always call it Worcester sauce. There's like 5 different ways people pronounce it. Yeah. That happens when you make things difficult. Did Alexandra play Queen C2? Alexandra played the best move by far. And now she has a really good advantage out of the opening. Let's go. I didn't even notice that. Queen C2 was the move. And her opponent is under pressure right now. Already. Because right now, the pressure the queen extends towards the bishop is actually quite unpleasant. And I'll take credit for this. I'm not going to take credit for everything about Alexandra's opening today, but I am going to take credit for this. That I told her, if you make the trade between the pawns, a Tarash player, which is what her opponent is today, he's going to be comfortable playing with the isolated pawn, and he's just going to be happy being allowed to get the light squared bishop into the game. So I said to Alexandra, try to delay this trade as long as possible and watch him panic about the potential for getting his light squared bishop into the game. And that's essentially what Alexandra is doing right now. She could have made the trade and then had the queen point to the bishop. But then like this bishop would be able to get to a good square and black gets the normal, pretty decent Tarash development. But since she's going queen c2 immediately, she's not threatening the bishop, but she's still kind of pointing towards it, making the bishop a bit awkward. And if the bishop moves back, she can now just not trade between the pawns, move her rook into the center, and her opponent still has no idea how this bishop is going to get into the game. Like a Tarash player just assumes that, okay, I get a weak pawn in the center, but at least all my pieces are going to be super active. And here comes Alexandra, and she's like, no, I'm not going to give you your weak pawn, because you probably have no idea how to activate your rook or how to activate your bishop unless you get rid of this e6 pawn and trade it for the d5 one. So right now, this pawn is kind of in the counter cross section of the black bishop and the black rook trying to get into the game. And without this trade being made, black just has no idea how to get the pieces in. Remco played. Okay, he played b6. Okay, that's fair enough. So he's keeping his bishop protected, and he's trying to get this guy into the game. But now Alexandra can favorably make this trade, because after pawn takes back, even though this bishop can now move up here, you've created a weakness with this b6 move. So that, well, also, and you lost some time in your development and stuff like that. But now that I think about it, maybe we just move the rook into the center and keep this principle of not allowing this bishop to get out here super easily. And if bishop to b7, then we can make the trade. Because if pawn takes back now, then this bishop will be pointing in towards its own pawn, which will be quite disappointing for black. So great opening from Alexandra. I will take some of the credit for that. Andrea has played bishop to e6. And that is a developing move. It is. But we need to play pawn to c6 at some point to control this d5 square. And after we play pawn to c6, let me ask you, how do you get a knight to our favorite location, the d4 square? There's actually only one square black can move from to get to that square. And that move is, drum roll, e6. So because we cannot go with the knight up here, since we need this square for our own pawn to prevent the white knight from moving up, it means that the only square we have left to get here is the e6 square. And that's why bishop to e6, while it checks off a lot of normal considerations when it comes to chess, you want to develop your pieces, you want to get connection between the rooks and the queens along the bottom rank. This move does all of those things. But the problem is, if we think more long term, this bishop is going to be in the way of our maneuvering knights when we're trying to get our knight to the d4 square. So this is an inaccuracy from Andrea for that reason. I feel like I'm in class. I'm sorry. I tried to make up for that feeling by roasting Andrea at the same time, so people forget that they're learning. Will this be in the exam? Probably we are gonna mention this to Andrea after the game, yeah. Because it's quite an instructive mistake. It's about how all the pieces work together in the long term. Damn it. Okay, A3 has been played. And once again, yeah, I agree. C6 is the move. But if Andrea didn't play C6 on the previous move, is she going to do it now? I don't know. Where should Andrea put this bishop? That's another good question. And the answer to that question is not super obvious. Because it makes perfect sense for a human to ask, like, what is the best place for this bishop? But sometimes we play unorthodox openings where there are unorthodox answers. And in this case, the answer, where is the best placement for this bishop, is right where it is. Simply because we have no good square for the bishop, so we're going to prioritize getting the other pieces in good squares and not waste moving a bishop that can't really get a good placement anyway. So the bishop has to stay where it is. Doesn't that mean that the rook is going to be blocked by the bishop too? Yes. So in this variation, we actually get stuck with the rook and the bishop for a prolonged period of time because we're prioritizing trying to get our knight to the d4 square. Okay. A3 has been played. I'm a little bit concerned about Andrea's position, not because her position is bad, but because her opponent's plan is very obvious. And that's part of the consideration we have to make when choosing our openings or assessing the situation. Like, a position could be equal on the board, but if one player has a way more obvious plan than the other, well, then maybe you're going to be, it's going to be to your advantage after all. Since you're going to know what to do, you're going to play quicker, so you're going to get a time advantage. Even if the situation on the board is objectively equal, there are these considerations to make. Bishop c3 from Alexandra. Not an amazing move, but I guess she's preparing to go knight to d2. One concern for Alexandra here is that after bishop here and bishop to b7, now whenever we try to make the trade in the center, the knight will recapture and the knight will threaten our bishop. So we've moved the bishop to a more exposed placement. And another thing to keep in mind is that if we now go knight to d2 afterwards, which is often the point of moving this, is the point for black to lure the bishop to d2 to begin with, and the point for why Alexandra is feeling the need to play this bishop again. The problem is now pawn to d4 actually traps the bishop. So I assume she's thinking about some rook to d1 plan and try and point her rook down towards the opponent's queen. But apparently after knight to d7, the same problems remain in that she can't really take the pawn in the center because then the knight comes to take her bishop. But at the same time, she can't really move the knight into the game because then, oh, she can do that here. Because now there's no more pawn forward because the queen is no longer protecting. That being said, after the knight comes here, she's not threatening pawn to e4 because black actually has rather significant control of these central squares. So the more I think about this, the more I think just bishop c3. Initially, I thought, oh, it's not the best, but it's fine. But maybe it's not even fine because you are moving the same piece a second time. You're moving the bishop to a more exposed placement, and you could have just developed your knight instead. So I'm not super happy with this move because it feels like knight out or rook into the center where options that in a greater degree just got more pieces into the game to put pressure in towards black. The computer is saying that after bishop c3, bishop to b7, computer says that white has quite a good option here in bishop takes knight. But I'm always a bit, skeptical of these trading voluntarily a bishop against a knight. It's not my favorite activity in the world. But there are some ideas here that could be really good for white in that the knight could then attack the bishop, and if the bishop retreats, there's some trickery with the queen and knight being able to threaten checkmate on h7. The knight can be captured, but while we were threatening checkmate, we also opened up for the white bishop against the black bishop. And this ends up being a win for white because we also trapped the rook. So there are some tricks here involving a trade between the knight and the bishop. So we'll see if that's what Alexandra has in mind. There's also the move knight to g5, which is quite sneaky, where you have both the bishop and the queen pointing down towards the black king. And you also open up for the bishop pointing in towards through the center of the board. I'm leaning towards this probably being Alexandra's idea. And then we'll see how it works out. B4 incoming in Andrea's game. Yeah. But knight to d2 is not a bad move from Andrea. Because she kind of needs to control this c5 square. That being said, because this knight would really like to get towards this d4 square, but every time I'm trying to maneuver the knight now, the bishop will be in the knight's path. So Andrea is struggling a little bit with how to organize her pieces. And also, like, after b4, if you go c6 and the pawn just continues, then you can go here, so that doesn't work. But say the knight comes here, and then you try to maneuver this knight in towards the center of the board, then you can't do that because the bishop is in the way. And that's why it was better to leave the bishop here so that it didn't block the path of the knights trying to make their way up through the center. In fact, interestingly, here the recommended move is knight to a5, and then the knight would attack the b7 pawn, illustrating how it actually would also play a useful role on c8, making sure that that pawn is protected. So bishop e6 is one of those moves that look supernatural. You're developing your pieces, you're getting connection between the rooks, you're doing like all the things you're supposed to do, but it turns out you needed that square for either this guy or this guy to maneuver through that square to get further up the board. Hey, Papa Botez, how are you doing? Is Andrea in big trouble? I wouldn't go that far. But her pieces are kind of getting on each other's toes. They're kind of blocking each other's path, which is making it slightly uncomfortable. Alexandra's opponent played. Okay, let's see what he did. Yeah, he played bishop b7. That's not a big shocker. That was clearly his plan with the previous move. And now comes the big question. What was Alexandra intending? In order to justify this bishop move, computer says she has to capture the black knight and then go for the trade in the center and start harassing that black bishop that then comes out of hiding. But that seems very counterintuitive to me. So I'm guessing she's going for this immediate knight to g5 attack, which kind of looks interesting. Speaking of attacks, not against the king, but against Andrea's queen side, here's pawn to b4 from white. Just trying to push the pawns up on the queen side. The further up these pawns get, the more they're limiting the options for the black pieces. And there's a reason that all the black pieces are kind of stuck a bit further back on the board. It's simply because, well, there's just no room up here to sit safely with the white pawns working as a phalanx, shielding the white pieces, but also limiting the options for blacks. Let me just Google as I check whether that was the correct use of phalanx. A body of troops standing or moving in close formation. Close enough. Isn't c6 obvious now? I mean, I thought c6 was obvious 3 moves ago and she still didn't do it. So, you know, it's not more obvious now than it was in the past. In fact, if I know Andrea, and I like to think that I do after some time, moving the knight away, it might not be about the knight at all. It might be about this guy. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say c6 is just not going to happen this move. Andrea is 100% going to play pawn to f5. She sees this aggression from the white pawns on the queen side, and she's going to be like, yeah, I want to do that too. And I want to push my pawns up into the opponent's half and start making some threats and making my opponent a bit nervous. So yeah, pawn to f5 seems like very much the Andrea move. Did Alexandra castle? Am I watching the right stream? I've been doing some preps highlighting early castling, but it does help that she has the white pieces. Alexandra castles more often when she has white. You can check the stats on that. Hammer 5 head. I mean, what can I say? I've done quite a bit of Andrea commentary. I'm starting to understand how her mind works, to my horror. Yeah, like someone in chat said, Andrea is now threatening to trap this bishop. We previously called this the most important bishop in White's camp. And right now, if White is not careful, that bishop will be trapped with the pawn coming in, threatening the bishop. So there's pretty much only one move White can do here. And that one is fairly obvious also, and very standard in similar situations. And that's pawn to f3, which reinforces control in towards the center. But the most important thing here is just that it gives the bishop an opportunity to escape backwards should Andrea continue forward. So f3 almost certainly going to happen. And then I'm curious about the path moving forward. One thing I will say about this f5 move that I really like is that it gives us the option of moving this bishop backwards. And while backward moves are not Andrea's favorites, it gives us some interesting possibilities in trying to help the knight utilize this square. And then the knight could come further up afterwards. So maybe that's an idea. Computer also really likes queen to f7. This is maybe a better execution of a similar idea. That the bishop now is actually going to be quite useful because the bishop together with the queen could put pressure on this white pawn. But in reality, what's likely to happen is that Andrea goes f4, which is the computer's recommended line. But I'm not sure I'm such a fan of closing down the king side. But maybe that's just because I don't understand the King's Indian, which frankly is definitely a possibility. Like maybe we just go bananas here and just push these pawns as far as we can. It feels like it would be in the spirit of this opening. And then we're back to that thinking that even though the computer absolutely hates black's position, at least the plan for black is very straightforward, which is kind of an advantage in itself, that we know what we're trying to do on the next couple of moves. Okay, f3 played. Let's see if Andrea just continues moving the pawns upward. I'm not a super fan, and part of the reason I'm not a huge fan is because I would have loved to see a black knight get to this f4 square. So I'm not opposed to moving the pawn up here in the future. It's just that right now the knights are lacking good opportunities, and I don't want to push this pawn forward and thereby lose a potential outpost for the knight. Because then I'm stuck with both knights and I don't have two good squares for these guys to sit on, essentially. So if I could first get my knight up here, trade, and then push, I would be more happy with that. Let's check in with Alexandra. Alexandra has played a b4, threatening the bishop. The bishop is going to move back. Not expecting any shocking moves there. And once again, I do feel like knight to g5 is going to be the move here. But I will say that knight to d2 and then queen to b2 and just having some pressure on this diagonal would also be okay for white. Sir. Sir. Please. It's not really a proper chess tournament before someone stands in front of the cameras. And like for this to happen in an open tournament, I mean, that's, you know, stuff happens. But you guys will not believe how common it is that the tournament arbiters, like that the judges, stand in front of the camera on like the top level, top production events. It's wild. And I've never understand why we're even putting the cameras so far away that the arbiters or sometimes the other players stand in front of the camera because they're like, oh, I want to see what's going on. And everyone else is like, yeah, we do too, dude. Get out of the way. So I am one of those people who believe that the cameras should be right next to the board so that this doesn't happen. But yeah, tournament organizers haven't gotten my memo. And so it's not a proper chess tournament broadcast unless someone is stepping right in front of the camera. Why not overhead cameras? They do use that some places, but essentially what you want in chess is that you don't want the angle straight down because then you're not gonna kind of see the depth perspective in the pieces. So in general, in chess broadcasts, the perfect thing is, I have thought about this. It is my job after all. You want to have it like at an downwards angle. But yeah, it's tricky to get the perfect angle, but the perfect angle definitely does exist. A new thing they started doing the last couple of tournaments I've seen is really interesting. They're having a camera placed right at the board where the players normally have their hands, their elbows. And that means that camera is actually pointing straight in to the opposing player. And you get this camera that basically looks like it's so close up and it's from the table as an angle, and it looks kind of weird, but it's fantastic. I'm hoping that camera gets used way more in the next couple of years because it looks kind of ridiculous but kind of great at the same time. Chess piece POV, basically, yeah. Oh man, Coda and Candy, both of you making the same joke in the same second. And it was such a good one, both of you. But Twitch chat, I've said this before and I'm gonna say it again. Twitch chat is just proof that you can't be original these days. One month chess player. What does knight to g5 do for Alexandra? Will her opponent not just chase it back? Honestly, you are right, sir. My idea was that if the pawn comes in to attack the knight, I would capture the black knight. And then when my bishop is recaptured, I would do checkmate. That was my plan. But it turns out that I was mostly planning this before Alexandra moved her pawn up. And in this circumstance, this would be a great idea, winning the game. The difference with the inclusion of the pawn moving up and the bishop stepping back is that after knight up and the pawn just kicks the knight away, bishop takes knight does not threaten the black queen. And we did threaten the queen before that black bishop made its way back into defense. So here, this is just good, okay for black. But without the bishop here, then the white bishop would proceed to capture the queen. So, yeah. I had an idea with my plan, but it no longer works during these circumstances. So you're making a solid argument for knight g5 no longer really being the move. So Alexandra is going to have to figure out something else. Andrea blinded by the sun. I mean, we should be just happy and appreciate the fact that there is sun at 5 p.m. in Reykjavik. As a fellow northerner, I must tell you that having the sun set at 3 p.m. throughout the winter, it does get old. And winter depression is most definitely a thing in some of the more northern places of the world. So having sunlight at 5:15 p.m. is just a welcome reminder that the sun is returning and the good times are coming up. Gotta take your vitamin D, guys. Yeah, that's a real thing. In Norway, a lot of the population is doesn't have enough vitamin D since we don't get sunlight, proper sunlight during the winter months. So all Norwegians are basically advised to take vitamin D during the winter. Need the D. Oh, two more guys making the same inappropriate joke at the same time. At least you tried. Volcano eruption should admit vitamin D naturally. Interestingly, so the water in Iceland, when you take a shower in Iceland, the water smells a lot because the water they use is the same water they kind of use for the thermic power plants, I think, or something. They take water from the same kind of thermic sources. And the water in Iceland is just really rich in the sulfur. Because of its volcanic origin, and that's why when you shower in the Icelandic hotels and stuff like that, it always smells very sulfurous. It's not dangerous, but you notice that you're in Iceland. Rotten egg showers. Yes, thank you. That's what people call it. Isn't sulfur? Am I getting my chemicals wrong? I'm pretty sure it's not dangerous. I definitely showered in it. Sulfur, smell, water, Iceland. The hot water in Iceland has the smell of what is best described as rotten eggs. The reason is the geothermal water source, which has traces of sulfur. Okay, traces. The smell will, however, not stick to you. People with sulfur allergies should take extra care and perhaps consult with their doctors before traveling to Iceland. Can you drink the tap water there? Yeah, you can definitely drink the tap water in all the Nordic countries, I'm pretty sure. Apparently, this only applied to the hot water because the hot water is from the geothermal source, whereas the cold water would then be from the ice. What's it called? Icebergs. Isbre. Ice. Glacier. Thank you. Glacier. Thank you. And the glacier water is like the best water because that is naturally filtrated down through the ice. So Norway and Iceland has some of the best natural water sources in the world because of our glaciers. Does Norway have nuclear reactors? I think maybe we have one, but it's not being used for power, it's being used for research. Iceland doesn't have any, I think, because Iceland just is fully self-sufficient from with electricity from the volcanic geothermal, the hot underground stuff. Icelandic water is the best water I've ever tasted, says Fresh Prince. Well, you should come to Norway, dude. Norway is like Iceland, just better. What move did Remco make? I have no idea because we can't see anything with this sunlight just shining right through the camera. Camera cannot deal with how sunny Iceland is at the moment. Alexandra played knight to g5, and her opponent played knight to d7. So he's just planning that if Alexandra captures the black knight, he will have another knight to replace and then to help defend against the threat of the queen and the knight working together towards the h7 square. And now if Alexandra doesn't capture the pawn on d5, she's going to be much, much worse. The good news is that if she does capture this pawn, she's going to be better. And the reason for that is that after takes, oh, apparently she's not better? But black has an isolated pawn in the center. Oh, this goes against every understanding of chess I have. Computer likes black with the bad pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns in the center. Let's just say, from a human perspective, this feels quite a bit better for white. And that's why Alexandra has done what she did, because black is unable to use the knight. Remember how we said after the bishop came to c3, we were unsure about whether we could trade the pawns in the center because then the knight would recapture and threaten the bishop. But here, because of the threat we've made with the queen and knight working together towards the black king side, knight takes is no longer viable. And that's why white is better here. But apparently after bishop takes, you shouldn't make the trade, but you should instead go pawn to e4. Ah, that's quite sneaky. Pawn to e4, and then you go pawn to e5, and the knight has to move, but the knight cannot move, because then you have the attack. Ooh. So actually, after the trade in the center, Alexandra's opponent has to take back with the... Oh, and she has done this. She has played pawn takes d5. Her opponent has to take back with the pawn because he needs to prevent this pawn advance through the center. But after pawn takes, this bishop is very unhappy because the bishop is being blocked by its own pawn. And that pawn is an isolated pawn. And yeah, Alexandra should just be comfortably better in this position. Andrea getting herself into time trouble. What else is new? It kind of worked out yesterday. She had like, after 23 moves, she had like 3 minutes left. And she still made a draw against the highest rated opponent she's ever made a draw against. So I guess it's working. Okay, the guy doesn't blunder. He recaptures with a pawn. Good decision. Do you coach time management? I mean, I try to encourage good time management, but the problem is you have to find this very difficult middle ground. So Andrea has been playing too slow these tournaments, and Alexandra has been playing too quick. And both are bad, but they're require very... The advice is very opposite. So it's just a difficult thing to get right, your time management. Not too fast, not too slow. Find that middle ground. Very tricky. Do you have good time management when you play over the board? I mean, are you asking how much time did I have left the last time I played after 25 moves? I think I had more time than Andrea. If Andrea had like 3 minutes, I think I had like 7. No, not great. Not great. My last over the board game, which I played actually the weekend between this tournament and the Prague tournament, I was in Sweden and played some games. I spent 45 minutes on a single move. And the move got a question mark from chess.com. So yeah, no. It's so typical. When you spend a lot of time on a move, it's because you're not sure. And the reason you're not sure is because you feel like, this doesn't feel right, but I kind of want to do it anyway. That's how you get the question marks. Did you win? Nah, I made a draw. He also made some inaccuracies. I was actually closer to winning that game. It was an interesting fight. Andrea goes f4. Who's surprised about Andrea playing her pawns forward? Not me. And I guess now she goes g5. Is Andrea's clock accurate? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Andrea, on her last couple of moves, she spent 10 minutes 37, 12 minutes 26, 6 minutes 39, 3 minutes 8, and 20 minutes 46. So over her last 5 moves, Andrea has spent, 50 minutes. averaging 10 minutes per move right now. Computer hates G5. It's not a big fan, no. But we knew that was going to happen. Andrea pushing her pawns up to attack. What a classic. Is it lost now? Like, if Andrea played against a computer, yes, she would lose this position. But if Andrea was playing against a computer, she would also lose when the evaluation is in her favor. So it's an interesting position. Like, she's being very aggressive. Let's see how it works out for her. There's some variations I'm seeing recommended by the engine, which is just, yeah, not great for her. But if she gets a bit more time to push her pawns up, she could create some attacking chances. The problem right now is that she would be so much more happier if she could eliminate this bishop. Because right now, these three pieces, these are the best pieces white has at the moment. These guys are not going to move for quite some time. And the reason is, what all of these pieces have in common is that they directly or indirectly point towards the G4 square. And basically, the reason this G5 move is a mistake for Andrea is because she's not going to be able to play her pawn further forward to G4 because there's just too many white pieces preventing that from happening. And, well, she's going to be able to do it in the end, but the time she spends trying to make it happen, bad things are going to happen over here in this area. It's not the greatest box I've made, but you get the idea. This area is going to be upset about the lack of effort being made from the black pieces here. C5 has been played. Now I assume that C6 is a threat. So if Andrea tries to continue her plan of just pushing the pawns up on the king side, then pawn to C6 attacks the knight, attacks the pawn. If the pawn captures the white pawn, well, then you lose your protection of the A6 knight. So that knight is just captured for free. Well, it cost a pawn, but frankly, black got isolated doubled pawns, so it doesn't really feel like it cost a pawn. So you can't do that. And then you're going to have to move the knight away. You'll move the knight so that you prepare pawn to G4 on the king side. But now the pawn continues forward. The pawn is attacking the rook. The rook has to move, but then it turns out the black pawn that you just captured was the black pawn protecting the knight. And once again, yeah, bad things are happening. So at this point, pawn to C6 needs to be stopped. Otherwise, that's just an instant GG. And one of the ways to do that is knight to F6, which also tries to make this pawn to G4 happen, but at the same time making sure that pawn to C6 is no longer going to be a double attack against both the knight and the black pawn. So I guess this is the move we want to see. And then white can continue with the pawn attacking the knight. The knight will have to retreat. And the white pawns are intimidating and they're advancing and whatnot. But at least here, we're getting closer to gaining control of that very important G4 square. And we could be able to continue our pawn push there in time. And our queenside development is not looking amazing, but it's fine. It's okay. So this would be kind of best case scenario right now, I think. Hammer, aren't you supposed to pawn storm on the king's side in the King's Indian? Yes, but you're also kind of supposed to take some precautionary measures and pay some attention to what the opponent is doing. So here, Andrea's been a bit too single-minded in storming up with the pawns and not preventing the white pawn advance. But yeah, no. This is why the computers hate the King's Indian, right? Computers say that, oh, white is better in every situation in the King's Indian. And then we found out some of the times the computer is wrong because the computer underestimates the attack black gets going. This is not one of those cases, though. Because here black is just struggling to get the attack going while the white progress on the opposite flank has advanced quite a lot already. But no, the King's Indian is a very difficult opening. And the fact that the pawn advance on the king side is not always the right plan kind of showcases some of the complexity. Okay, she plays c6. Kind of wish you had done that 5 moves ago. Oh, actually... So at least she's preventing the white pawn from moving up. But now knight to c4, and this knight is coming into the d6 square. And there's nothing you can do to prevent the knight coming in. And that's just... Oh, God. Actually, I don't like c6 now. I liked c6 in the past, but right now the white knight getting into the heart of black's position is just oh so sad because it's gonna attack the queen and the pawn. So here we're gonna have to do something like queen to g6, trying to facilitate this g4 push. The knight comes in. We'll play knight f3, trying to get this push. We're just giving up this black pawn, and now the bishop is threatening the knight. So we got to move the knight back. And then the white knight is just having a field day. Finally, we managed to go g4. But the knight takes pawn, and suddenly there's the threat of a double attack against the queen and against the king. So we're gonna have to go queen up to prevent that. But like say if white now starts progressing the pawns on the queen side, suddenly maybe we're cooking something over here. If takes, then takes back, then black is winning. If bishop back, then queen here, pawn up, we sacrifice, captures back, threatening checkmate. But bishop here, check. And then you can save yourself along the rank. But at least we got a checkmate threat. So this is the kind of scary variations that give the King's Indian its reputation. So what we want to keep in mind is that even though Andrea's queenside is looking disastrous, if she does manage to make her pawn advances towards the white king, you always have a chance of swindling the opponent. Question mark? The good news here is that white now has one less piece to control the g4 square. And also, actually, remember how we talked about this black bishop kind of standing in the way of the black knight? Good news now, knight moves over, trade between the bishops, knight recaptures, and boom, this knight goes from doing nothing on the edge to being one step away from getting to the d4 square. That was a big mistake from white. And Andrea's now going to be allowed to get her knight in a way better position, and it's going to be easier for her to push the pawn to g4. Big success on this move. She didn't want knight c4 bishop takes. Yeah, that could be the reason why she played the bishop first, that she didn't want this trade. But the thing is, this trade could never be okay for black, because if you give away your bishop, you're never going to have the support you need to push your kingside pawn and create that attack. So that was good news for Andrea. If the knight came in, she wouldn't want to trade anyway. And now we do lose the bishop, but white also loses one of the pieces that was stopping the advance. So it's like you lose one, I lose one. It all kind of evens out. Isn't queen takes better to prevent knight b4? I mean, I assume you mean knight c4. So if you take with a queen, I guess you could technically prevent this move and the knight coming in. Yeah, seems to be confirmed. But if you take with a queen, then after queen to b3, the queens get traded off. And then bye-bye attack. I kind of assumed you don't want to trade queens. Computer's saying white is only a little better, but I think in practical play, this is pretty disastrous for black. You're probably going to want to keep the queens on the board to get your attacking chances. At the very least, we know Andrea is going to keep the queens on the board, so that's not really a discussion. We've had some moves on Alexandra's board as well. Her opponent played pawn recapture in the center, which was the best move, but now means that black has an isolated pawn in the center, a pawn that's also kind of blocking the bishop from contributing properly. She then played knight to d2, good developing move. Rook comes in on the open file, pointing down towards the white queen. And now we move said white queen, which is fairly obvious. Alexandra is spending a lot of time this game. I just said that she's playing too quickly, but on the last 7 moves, in 5 of the last 7 moves, she spent more than 6 minutes. Which is actually too much. But her position is nice though. So as long as your position is nice, it doesn't matter that you're playing a bit slow. Andrea, what are you doing? Rook f6. Yeah, I don't see any scenario in which this is okay. So whenever you go with the rook up to f6, this definitely is a theme in the King's Indian. But the thing is about this move, whenever you move the rook up, it's always because you want to move the rook over and then have the queen come in afterwards. And you're going to have this queen and rook work together against the white king. So whenever you move the rook up, it's always because you're going for the checkmate on h2. One thing about the King's Indian. if you don't have this bishop to sacrifice on h3 when your opponent plays that pawn up, you're never going to be able to break down these pawns. And then your queen and rook just stands there looking extremely silly, because these are two of the most valuable pieces you have on the board, and they're both stuck pointing in against a pawn defended by another pawn. Basically, two white pawns are here completely neutralizing the most valuable black pieces there is. So while there are variations where you do play with this rook up, it's never going to work unless you have the bishop to sacrifice. And unfortunately, that bishop is about to be traded off. So, yeah. You could technically, you could move the rook here to try and facilitate g4. But then why would you spend so much time getting your rook here when you could have made that same thing happen? Like, imagine... Okay, something like this, right? You can make this g4 move happen and have the queen help out instead of the rook, which, number one, queen went here in one move, rook went there in two. Queen is a stronger piece, so having the queen pointing down on the king is going to be more valuable. It's like, if you're trying to have a piece support your pawn break, then the queen was it, not the rook. And if you're trying to get the rook over here to give the checkmate, you're never going to be able to do that without having something that can break through the white pawns. So honestly, I'm amazed chess.com is not giving rook here a question mark, because this is just a big step in the wrong direction, especially considering that this useless guy over here had the ability to come in towards the d4 square. White was basically inviting this knight to get into the game, and we kind of politely declined White's generous offer. Why does Andrea always have a knight on the rim? Does she? Did she yesterday? Oh, she did, didn't she? She had to move the knight out to the edge to get the queen trade. What was her first game yesterday? Can't even remember her first game. I don't know. I think it's accidental. When she played knight to a6, it was a good move. So putting the knight here was good, and then never moving the knight towards the center, that was bad. Maybe one of her past coaches kept telling her about the bishop's superiority. How does that relate? How are you trying to blame this on me? How does that even relate? Bishop superiority? How does that relate to putting your knights on the edge? I'm not taking responsibility for this. Okay, we're having moves in all the positions. Pawn to h6 played in Alexandra's game, and actually this is just a big mistake from black. But it's an interesting mistake, because if rook to e8 here, computer recommends knight to f3, because the knight was poorly placed on g5. It didn't really have any attacking ideas. It wasn't working together with the other pieces. So the computer wanted this knight to go back anyways. And that's a good introduction to the move Remco played, which was h6. And this move forces the knight back. But the thing of the matter is that the knight wanted to go back anyway, because the knight wanted to find better squares in the center of the board anyway. So essentially what you've done here is that you've kicked the knight, yes, but you've kicked the knight in the direction it wanted to go anyway. So you basically just lost a move. Because white wanted to centralize this one anyway. I swear I saw a move in Andrea's game as well. Maybe I was just... yeah, never mind. Rook g f6 is on the board, and somehow it didn't get a question mark. That's the biggest surprise about this rook to f6 move. The eval bar definitely was not super happy with it, but it still didn't get a question mark. Maybe the question marks are more difficult to get than I thought. Like I said, I did get one of them in my previous game. I was not too happy about that. Chat, you gotta learn, if they make good moves, Hammer takes credit for them, and if they make bad moves, the girls are stubborn. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good strat though. Grandmaster strats. I mean, if I was doing that, and I'm not saying that I am, but if someone were to do that, that's the kind of behavior that could get them promoted by someone who's not paying as close attention. Do you have people at your work, I don't know, stealing credit or only highlighting their best moment? It's natural, no? It makes a lot of sense to only really highlight the highlights. You don't want to highlight the lowlights. That if they wanted us to do that, they would call it something different. Stealing credit? I guess essentially, yeah. No, I'm the one stealing credit? No wonder, Grim Geico. You're sitting on Twitch the whole day. If you didn't steal credit, you'd get fired. Did you ever checkmate an annoying opponent and then yell hammer time in the venue? No. I have never yelled in a chess venue ever, because I have decorum. Andrea's opponent is somehow forcing Andrea to move her knight into a better position. I'm getting very serious, what's it called? Oh my god. I've gotten older and I just okay, I'm gonna look. Deja vu. Thank you. I'm getting some serious deja vu here. We just had Alexandra's opponent threatening the knight that wanted to go to a better square anyway, and he just made it happen. And now the same thing is happening with Andrea. Her opponent is spending time moving the queen, forcing Andrea to move her knight into a better square so that this knight can recapture the bishop and get into the center of the board. So whatever bad thing happened with this rook to f6, it's all okay again. It's all okay again because white kind of responded in a way that allowed Andrea to make up for her previous error. And even though I do think her rook is very awkwardly placed, honestly, I think this rook is standing in the path of the knight. I would love to have the knight here controlling the g4 square, making me able to make this pawn push afterwards. But that being said, Andrea is kind of okay right now. And actually, this rook move has created a possibility for Andrea she didn't have previously. Now, after the trade between the bishops and the knight trying to get into the d6 square, computer says bishop to f8. Because this rook moved, it has enabled the bishop to take over the rook square, and then the bishop can control the d6 square, and if the knight comes in, we capture, and boom, computer says equal position. So Andrea is definitely still in this, and it was very good for her to be able to get her knight off the rim, the edge of the board, and into the middle where it's all going down. If it was legal, how crazy would bishop h3 be? Let me try and illustrate this. So you're saying if black's king was not on the diagonal with the white bishop, how crazy would bishop to h3 be? Well, sir, I understand that you know the pawns move forward, but what's really fascinating about the pawns is that their capture works differently to their normal moves. So the pawns are really freaky in that they capture towards the side, meaning that if you move your bishop to this square, then your opponent can actually capture that with the pawn. Very fascinating creatures, pawns. But if you have any other chess rule questions, I'm happy to help you out. Now that I'm thinking about it, if pawns only moved forward, then this pawn could capture the bishop, which would also make the point. Yeah, no, it's just not a good move. No. Basically, we need this bishop. We would love... One thing I will say is that if we had the option to do so, we would love to move this bishop back to its starting position. Because essentially what we want to have is we want to keep this guy alive so that when we come up here with the rook and the queen together and the pawn moves forward to stop us, we want to have that bishop alive so that we can sacrifice the bishop against the two pawns and then come in for the checkmate. But moving the bishop there in the first place that's just not it, chief. But we would love to find some way to keep this guy alive. It's just probably not gonna happen. Okay, rook to d1 has been played. I guess I'm actually not sure what. Maybe knight f8. But then we're struggling to get this again. Ah, look at the computer. g4 without... We can maybe play g4 without having any pieces helping out. Because if that one is captured, we can go f3. And then that one's captured, but then we get our knight up here, threatening the queen. And then we can get another knight up here. And we can maybe like get the pawn to h5. And then knight here to attack here. Like something like this would be seriously dangerous for white. even though we lost 3 pawns, it's like all the black pieces are working together in the same area, and they're all kind of targeting the white king. So we're doing some best case scenarios. We're giving ourselves several moves in a row to try and kind of see what kind of an attack we can get going. Pawn to g4 is always going to be the key. We just need to find out the timing for how we're going to make this advance work. Alexandra move, what happened? Something moved towards the center. Yeah, Alexandra is playing very sensibly now. There was a moment where she was struggling to figure out how to organize her pieces, in particular this bishop. But right now she has everything under control. Like, Alexandra is much, much better. She has double fianchettoed bishop, which means that both her bishops are working together, and both of them are controlling through the center. The irony of the bishops is that a bishop in the middle points out towards the sides of the board, whereas a bishop that starts out on the side actually points in towards the middle. So bishops, weirdly enough, we like to have on the edge of the board. And I've actually noticed that Magnus has been fianchettoing his bishops way more than he used to, ever since he played the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I feel like maybe like he's making a conscious decision to place his bishops on the edges more, to utilize this kind of the fact that the bishops are the only pieces that actually thrive coming in from the side. Is Reykjavik Open the same tournament that Magnus played against Kasparov back in the day? No. So the event Magnus played against Kasparov, where Magnus famously made a draw as a 12-year-old and was walking around while Kasparov was thinking, that was like a blitz and rapid tournament organized by one of the Icelandic banks. I think it was Glitnir, but like over half the Icelandic banks went bankrupt in the financial crisis. So yeah, banking used to be like one of the primary activities in Iceland before 2008. Is there a lot of money in chess? No. A lot of people ask, Hammer, why are you not playing in Reykjavik? And to that, the honest answer is that there's way more money in chess commentary than there is in actually playing the game. So, in order to make a living playing chess, you have to be incredibly good. And I'm only good. It's a bit sad. It's kind of not a bit sad because frankly, I'm not even that good at chess. I'm not even top 100 in the world. I think a top 100 player in the world making a living, like that's not a human right. Chess is incredibly fortunate compared to a lot of other sports, which have even less money. Like what chess has is we have quite a few billionaires who give us free money without expectations. As far as corporate sponsorship, chess is pretty much, without the ability to attract proper corporate money. top 10 in the world of bobsled actually struggle and need a second job. I have a friend who was like very competitive in fencing. And she's amazed that chess players even get any money. Because for her, fencing was 100% just an expense. But, you know, if she got really good, she could go to the Summer Olympics. And like there's a lot of people out there who spend time and money getting really good in some niche but still difficult things. And their only goal is trying to be a participant in a Summer Olympiad. Which is a pretty cool thing to boast about, but it's not going to make you rich. Like archery, how much money do you think the archery people are making? Or the shooting, or the... I don't know. Question mark? Oh my god. No way. No, she just forgot her pawn was under attack. Oh, and look at the camera. She's realizing that she just completely blundered a position where, in theory, she should never be better, never be worse. Oh my god, she just blundered the pawn. Oh, and she's so upset with herself. Oh, she's trying to hold the poker face, but I mean, she's not really succeeding. It doesn't really matter whether she tries to hold the poker face, because frankly, the opponent obviously has seen that he's threatening a pawn. Wow, that is... Oof. And that was the first quick move she played in the last 10 moves. She's been spending so much time the last 10 moves. And now she just wanted a quick move, just getting those rooks into the center. And she forgets the pawn is under attack. Oh, damn it. Why didn't she get 2 question marks? Because her position is so good that even though she gave away a pawn for nothing, she's basically still fine. But it takes a big mental strain making such an obvious blunder. It makes you feel dumb. And you get upset with yourself. And that can often lead to making another mistake afterwards. It's essentially the reason I always tell Alexandra and Andrea never to stop their puzzle rush just because they did an early mistake. Because you need to kind of learn how to deal with the negative emotions. Andrea went h5. Yeah, I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Andrea's down to 16 minutes, which is not good. But she's going to get her pawn push. She's going to try to make it complicated. And her opponent, let's see also, it's going to be interesting to see how Andrea's opponent reacts to being so far up on time. Because some people cope with it very well, and then some people just get completely panicked. After rook takes e2, is knight d4 good? Yeah, it's what she's going to have to do. Knight to d4 chases the rook back. Knight to f5, and there's some unpleasantness with these pieces pointing in the direction. And here, computer says one of the best moves for black here is just to give back the pawn in order to make some trades. So Alexandra honestly she's not really even worse after making the blunder, but she's no longer better. And the position she had was it was so much better for white. And all she needed to do was just move the pawn up. And like all the black pieces are so bad and white's pieces are good, and her plan moving forward is reasonably easy. It's a very unfortunate blunder. Why would being up on time make someone panic? Essentially, when people see their opponent only having like seconds or minutes left, sometimes it makes them go super fast to try and make the opponent lose on time. But the only reason it's good for you to have that extra time is because you then have the option to spend the time to think about the critical situations. But if you try to punish your opponent by playing fast, you're actually kind of taking away the one advantage you had from having more time, because you're kind of stooping to their level and not exploiting the benefit you had of the extra time. Do you need to have a job next to commentating and teaching chess? No, but I do, take any job I can get with the qualifications I have, which to be fair is not that many. But recently I've started being invited to some Norwegian reality shows. So that's, I'm very much looking forward to that. Some of them are going to be released in the next year. So that's going to be interesting, funny. Love Island Hammer. It's not really Love Island style, but maybe that iteration is coming. What kind of TV show? I can't say, unfortunately. I have a couple that's already recorded, but they're in charge of releasing it, and they're in charge of when it gets released and so on. The Masked Singer. I have no comment to that. But The Masked Singer is a live show, so I guess I can't say no, that's not it. But it would be fun. Yeah, Alexandra's opponent took the pawn, which there was no reason for him not to take the pawn. Alexandra should be fine. Like, she can maneuver her knight now. And basically this knight comes to e3 and points against this pawn, and there's no way for black to keep this pawn defended long term, I think. But she's definitely worse. One thing that could happen is just that they go back and forth. If her opponent realizes that his pawn isn't really that valuable, they can try a back and forth kind of thing, which is going to be depressing for Alexandra, but at the same time, it's the cost of making a blunder. The good thing about Alexandra's board is that if her opponent doesn't realize that he's not really that much better, even though he just got a free pawn, it can make him play unnecessarily risky moves, trying to justify that, no, I am better. So that could also be, right now, this game is very much one of psychology. Alexandra needs to kind of calm down and reset after having made such a terrible mistake. But her opponent also needs to realize that even though he got a pawn for nothing, his position isn't actually that amazing. I give this 0% chance of repetition. Well, Joe, I'll stick to your understanding of this this chess tier. As a grandmaster, I'm always looking for a draw, you know. That's the grandmaster way. But you have a better understanding of the non-grandmaster mind. Do the sisters like playing against each other? We've actually spoken to them, Bash, because these tournaments they've been playing, there has been a chance that they play against each other. And Andrea has always said that, oh, she really wants to play against Alexandra. And Alexandra has always said she doesn't want to play against Andrea. And they basically have the same reasoning, that Andrea has everything to win. Because people believe Alexandra is better, so Andrea kind of goes in with that in a can't lose mentality. And that if she loses, then okay, Alexandra wins, but she is the highest rated. And if she wins, then everyone's gonna be, oh, maybe Andrea is better. Who do you think is better? I mean, Alexandra is better. There's not really any doubt, but Andrea is showcasing really, really good form. So we'll see if she can try and close the gap. But right now, for instance, even though Alexandra has fewer points than Andrea so far in the tournament, she still has a higher performance because she played like really tough opponents. Alexandra has played 3 international masters so far. So you can't just look at the score, you also have to look at the level of the opposition. And Alexandra has done quite well against very tough opponents in this tournament. Bishop f1, that is not a good sign. Alexandra is actively putting her bishop on a worse square, no longer pointing in towards the pawn on d5. Like, I understand her wanting to get rid of this rook, but I don't understand why she wouldn't then move her knight into the center, which both gets rid of the rook and gets the knight into a more threatening position. So bishop f1 feels like one of those follow-up moves that's just kind of, it illustrates the negative emotions you have because you made a mistake, and then you can't necessarily just readjust and you follow up with an inaccuracy. Because you're kind of panicked, right? You're kind of feeling like, oh my God, did I just do this? Did I give away that pawn for no good reason? And you're too busy working through your emotions to kind of calm down and just say, okay, I'm just going to centralize my pieces and make the best out of this. That being said, computer thinks bishop f1 is better than knight d4. Which makes absolutely no sense to me. So, okay, apparently it's not super bad, but it feels flawed logically to move your bishop back. Did Andrea draw yesterday? She did, Neophyter. She was down 2 pawns against one of the highest rated players she's ever faced. And she showed great resilience and made the draw in the end. Are the times accurate? Yes. Today, the times are accurate. And it's not great news for Andrea, but you know, she'll try to make an attack happen against the white king. Her opponent might get a little nervous. We'll see what happens. Hammer is Norwegian, not Danish. There's the difference. Five guys making the same things joke. From now on, I'm just gonna point out every time people are trying to be funny and end up just copying each other's jokes. That's my way of getting revenge. As far as I know, 0% Danish. But I may have a great grandfather who was Swedish. So that's the stain on the family history. If you go back far enough, all Norwegians were Danish at some point. That's just false, Tio. I will not stand for that slander. Did you cut off connection with that great grandfather? This is not the US. Like, my great grandfather was dead for ages before I was even born. Okay, that was maybe a bit harsh. Has any one of you known your great grandparents? Is that like a normal thing? My grandfather was dead when I was born. Like, we be very late bloomers. Your great grandmother lived to 103? That's nice. Your grandfather was a clock? Wow, Chapeltown. So your grandfather gave the name to the grandfather clock. That's cool. The OG. How badly is Andrea losing? I'm not even sure she's losing. Like, she's gonna have to sacrifice some stuff, but she's got enough pieces on this side of the board to make her opponent's king kind of stressed out. And the fact that Andrea's opponent has been thinking for more than 15 minutes on this move is already quite a good sign. I can't think 15 minutes about anything? Yeah. You're gonna stand out at a chess tournament then, sir. How long does the sun stay up in Iceland? We can actually look that up. Sunset Reykjavik. Seven 42 p.m. in an hour and 20 minutes. That is, yeah, Iceland is a bit further north than Oslo. We have reached the spring equinox. Let me just remember what the definition of that is. Spring equinox is when the day lasts as long as the night. But we're beyond that, which means that Reykjavik has more than 12 hours of sunlight a day now. Long E sound? Equinox? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, this actually, at least this makes sense. So essentially what the reason Alexandra moved her bishop back is because if knight to the center attacks the rook goes back, and then bishop to h3. Her assessment is that the knight is better on f3, where it's not blocking the bishop and the queen pointing down towards the black queen side, which is actually correct. Because one of the computer's suggestions here is to go knight e5, sacrificing the rook, because then the queen comes into the attack, and this is quite dangerous. So Alexandra, by going first with, because she needed to get rid of this rook, so by first going down with the bishop, chasing the rook back, and then moving the bishop up, she gets a similar to a position to what we just looked at, with the difference being that knight to e5 is not really possible now, with pretty much every white piece pointing in towards that square. So there was a logic to her moving the bishop back, because she essentially wanted to get this position with the bishop on h3, but she didn't want to move her knight. She wanted this knight to have control of these central squares and the queen and bishop in the diagonal. Okay, so that makes sense, actually. And the pressure she has is quite annoying. The opponent's best move is rook to c7. And the bad news is that rook to c7 makes a lot of sense when you have your opponent pointing a bishop into your rook. And I guess then Alexandra will play bishop d4, try and trade the rooks, and say that I have a lot of pressure here on multiple fronts. And I kind of buy this. This feels like white has a lot of activity for the pawn. Can we still make a draw? Okay, we can still make a draw if we want to. But actually after rook here, computer even wants bishop here, and the rook is trapped. So yeah, black can't really go for a draw even if he wanted to. Let's see what happened in Andrea's game. Pawn to a4. That feels kind of slow, no? Like, we're supposed to be concerned about this when there's stuff happening over here? What? Can we just sacrifice this pawn immediately? Takes. Ah, and if bishop takes bishop, we take back with the queen, and then we protect here. So the queen would have to take immediately, exploiting the fact that this bishop cannot take the queen because of the other bishop pointing down on the king. But like here, rook over threatens the queen. Queen moves back. Queen to f7. And if we get the trade, the knight moves in. Now we might be threatening some kind of a pawn sacrifice here to get our knight up. But if the white knight blocks, then after knight d4, booyah! Computer says black is better. No, I'm kind of liking Andrea's position right now. Well, I'm liking is too strong, obviously, but like there's definitely a lot of energy in her pieces that could come out and play. And I feel like there's no reason to hesitate. This is as good of a moment to strike as any. And let's just get those pawns moving. Push them up the board. Push them, baby. That's a chess reference. I'm not crazy. The guys posting the Yasser emote in chat, they know. Might not even be copyrighted. Or at least it's copyrighted by people who are not gonna copyright strike us.
You got this. You forgot to take it. You got the chance. Move, move, move. Faster. Throw some pre-moves. Oh no.
Gosh.
Take the queen. Let's go, Yasser. You got this. Move your king. Move your king. Grab needle. Give it check. Check again. Take the rook.
Oh, wait, what?
So close.
Oh, my. Oh my gosh.
I must admit, I've never listened to the full thing. I just know the phrase push him. But apparently they made a whole thing out of it.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby. Push him, Andrea. Just push the pawns up.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Oh, baby. Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Oh, baby. Push him, baby.
Push him, baby. Honestly, I thought it was more high energy than that. But based on Andrea's play style, I do feel like between her DJing sessions, this is probably her jam. Just pushing all those pawns as far as she can. There's a reason you're called Hammer and not Jammer. You don't think I can jam? I guess I know I can't. And she did it. She did it. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Andrea knows.
You like the music?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh,
It's
nice.
got a good beat. Good sounds, some tunes.
Yasser in the house.
Yeah, baby. Give me your pawns. Give me your pawns. Give me your pawns.
For those of you who want more Push 'em Baby by Chess Bras featuring Yasser, I'll post the link in chat. I gotta admit, that is the first time I actually hear this song. It was not what I expected. I just knew the phrase. Push him. Yasser always wants the pawns to be pushed. And so do Andrea. And Andrea's kind of putting some pressure on her opponent here. What did Alexandra do? Bishop f5. I have no idea what the point of that move is. I think Alexandra is kind of playing a psychological game here. I feel like she's just actively trying to provoke the opponent into playing g6. And then maybe that's going to be a bad weakening of the diagonal. The g6, there's nothing like bad about it immediately. Bishop goes back. Bishop fianchetto. Yeah, I don't know. If the bishops get traded, one of the main assets in Alexandra's position, which was having this pressure on the diagonal, that just disappears. Computer still thinks this is okay for white, but at least here it doesn't feel like white has the clear pressure in against the black king. And she hasn't really sped up, which means she can't really put pressure in a time scramble situation. Yeah, we're still kind of noticing the after effects of just forgetting about a pawn that's under attack, which can be quite the harrowing experience. Andrea's opponent has accepted the pawn sacrifice. Let's hope Andrea realized that she was sacrificing a pawn. Because, you know, she might not realize that the queen is just going to capture here and you can't capture back. Probably she realizes, right? It doesn't really matter. If she thought she could get away with it without a sacrifice, and now it turns out it was a sacrifice anyway, what do we care? It was a good move. So Andrea accidentally sacrificing a pawn in a good way, we'll take those. That's completely fine with us. Why can't bishop take? The bishop cannot move because of the white's bishop's pressure towards the black king. What is she supposed to do now? Just recapture. She did. If Andrea's opponent doesn't accept the sacrifice, then black is just better here. And also, after queen takes rook here, if her opponent then voluntarily makes the bishop trade and allows the knight to get into a better position, then Andrea is also better. So her opponent needs to take this pawn and then just go back. Okay, she took the pawn to begin with. Doesn't feel like Andrea necessarily had seen that move. No, she definitely did. She's ready to move already. Do you think the lighting would be annoying to the players? Yes. Definitely. But you can usually ask the organizers to turn down the shades. Because you can see on the camera, behind Alexandra, they have the shades further down than by Andrea. So sometimes you just gotta take responsibility for things and ask if you need something done differently. Are there any knight d5 tricks? Oh my god. No way there's sneaky chatters with brilliant ideas. Okay, apparently computer says it's trash, but that is a very interesting suggestion. If the knight is captured by the pawn, then we can take the queen. If the bishop takes, then you take back and you get the bishop pair. Because now can't capture this because of the queen. But the reason knight to d5 is a bad move is knight takes d5. Because then if you take the queen, knight takes f6 is a double attack on the king and a double attack on the king and queen, winning the game instantly for white. So knight d5 is a bad move, but only because of knight takes. Or actually at the end of this, you can make it a 2 pawn sacrifice and you can push your pawns forward in the center. Okay, computer says this is good for white, but it feels very messy. Oh yeah, and now the computer thought about it some more and it decided actually it's not good for white. It's about equal. Okay, knight d5 could be an interesting blunder. G6 has been played on Alexandra's board. She's just going to have to retreat the bishop again. The problem with Alexandra's last 4 moves is that she hasn't really accomplished anything since she lost her pawn. Did she play knight d5? She did. Okay. That's how you want to do it. Good call from chat. Who was it who had the knight d5? I hadn't even thought about that. Thlumka. Well done, Thlumka. Computer hates it though. But the computer kind of realizes that it's interesting after a while. So, like I said, interesting blunder. Alexandra sacked the she traded the bishop. You guys need to work on your terminology. Ah, that was her idea. I didn't even see that move. Ah. So her idea was that if g6, she can take, and then if takes, she thought she's doing good, but apparently she's not. Well, this would be nice. But it turns out, even though she's destroying the pawn structure in front of the black king, computer says black is basically winning here due to the bishops and their ability to just completely control the board. And also her opponent has an interesting idea to sacrifice the queen. Rook takes here. Then takes, king up. You have to take one of the bishops. Ah, and if rook takes this bishop, then queen c2, you're threatening here, but you're also threatening here. And apparently this is good for white. I mean, she's definitely creating some chaos in which black could go wrong. Let's hope that Remco is a very brave man who thinks it's cool sacrificing his queen on stream. Because sacrificing the queen, to me, feels like the right thing to do. But computer says it's not, which is interesting. Be brave, Remco. Yeah. Encouraging braveness in the Dutch. Do we have any brave Dutchmen in history? Dutch are not really known for their braveness, do they? Anne Frank. Spirit your inner Anne Frank. And be brave. And chronicle your journey. Oh, I went too far, didn't I? Damn it. Oh well. No Holocaust references is a safer play. Yeah. I think I'm gonna use that as a principle from now on. Why is Andrea so low on time? Are you new to the stream? Okay, guys, you're not gonna like this, but it has to be done. Andrea is on move 22. She needs to make an additional 19 moves before she gets 30 extra minutes. So she's faster than yesterday? Yes, Dancing Turtle. She is faster than yesterday. You have to be an Andrea fan to put that spin on it, but factually you are correct. Okay, bishop takes was played, and that's the best move according to Engine. It's a bit unfortunate. This was kind of the move where I thought Johanna was going to make a mistake. I didn't think bishop takes was obvious. But she gets the green star for it. Yeah. So the problem now is that after takes, queen back, pawn up, knight to d5. It turns out this knight is like single-handedly causing so much trouble to the black position. But Andrea has some options. Basically, Andrea needs to sacrifice the rook. And then if the rook is captured, then she strikes and starts making some crazy last-ditch attack. Yeah, this doesn't even look that scary, right? Because these pawns are blocking the black piece's ability to get into the game. Unfortunately, after this, Andrea just has no light square control. Which is ironic, because she just captured the white light squared bishop, And somehow, even after just capturing the opponent's bishop controlling the light squares, you don't get any light square control yourself. It's unfortunate. At least Alexandra's opponent is thinking. So, suddenly we had action on both boards at the same time. And we do have some hopes of Alexandra's opponent getting really low on time and maybe making some mistakes in time trouble. But right now, it's not looking great for the girls. And frankly, this is kind of one of those bad days. Because Alexandra has been so good with the black pieces and Andrea has been so good with the white pieces. So somehow we could have predicted that this was going to be a tough day. In that they had the opposite colors of what they've done so well with. Can she go queen g6? No. Because then you're kind of... You're volunteering for this knight fork in the future, which is probably not good. However, computer is saying rook g6 is the best move here. Just allowing the knight to capture the pawn. Because apparently this is okay for black and you get another rook. And you have both your rooks and the queen and some other pieces pointing down on the king. That is wild. But yeah, this would be, in practical play, this would be very clever. But like, everyone's going to play d4 here. That it would be crazy not to. It would be smart not to, but it would also... It would... it would provoke some comments from Mr. Kramnik. And some potential unpleasant... Other unpleasantness. Yeah, she's going to go d4. There's no way a human player does not play d4. How much do you not like Kramnik? Kramnik used to be one of my favorite players. I just didn't know he was crazy and had, you know, bad logic and is actively kind of trying to ruin chess. And I'm still... I didn't get rich off chess like Kramnik did. I still need chess to be viable for a couple of more years. What's the controversy around Kramnik? Well, he is a former world chess champion who the last 5 months has spent all his time accusing other people of cheating in chess. Which probably he's right about some of the people he's calling out. But now everyone just assumes that if you've been called out by Kramnik, you're probably innocent. The guy blundered! What the... How does that only get one question mark? What is Alexandra's opponent just gave away a rook, I think, for free. What is that? How is he only getting one question mark for that move? Alexandra captures the queen. And now if you recapture, you lose your rook. And that's just the end of the variation. Okay, no, okay. So maybe he did this on purpose because now he took the white rook. But if he wanted to sacrifice his queen, he should have done that first. Because now Alexandra is going to capture the knight. Because, you know, she's going to save her bishop and capture an opposing piece. And then at the end of this, she has a knight and a queen in trade for 2 rooks. Wow. That is interesting. That is some streamer privilege. I'm not sure what's going on there. How did that only get 1 question mark? He went from a winning position to a losing position in 1 move. That's pretty much the definition of a double question mark move. Okay, I mean, thank you. We will accept your gift, sir. Oh, and he's shaking his head. This game has been an exercise in showing your poker face. And Alexandra's poker face wasn't amazing, but it was still better than his. Yeah, Alexandra captures the knight. Now she's just winning. What a turnaround. It was a good choice, apparently, by Alexandra initiating these complications. Bishop to f5 got a question mark, but it created the trickery that led to the blunder. So it really did work out in the end. Andrea just did the rook? Oh no, Andrea. Oh, you just made the top of Kramnik's list right now. That is wild. That is actually wild. And she has a PC sitting less than half a meter away from her. Oh gosh. The ammunition Kramnik has. And he usually doesn't need any proof. He usually just needs to have a bad feeling. And she has the air. Oh, I can't pronounce that word. I'm not even gonna try. Plugs. And there's no delay on her board in the transmission. Very, very sus. Very sus move. An incredible move from Andrea. Plugs sound way worse. I mean, personally, I think it doesn't sound worse. Because I don't want to let the world know that I can't say one of the first 15 words you learn. But I understand the connotations you're referring to. So maybe I'll, stop. Yes. Does Andrea do insanely risky attacking moves with 2 minutes on the clock every round? LMAO. Being commentated by the BotezLive account. Botez is commenting while she's playing the game. This is just fueling Kramnik's allegations right now. Interesting. Oh, damn. And then she follows it up by giving up all her light square control. Wow, okay. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Okay, so she needed to go bishop h3 and then like queen f. And here, this would have been very, very scary for white to deal with. Because white suddenly has no control over the light squares. And look at all these light squares, and white doesn't have a bishop to oppose that control. But instead, Andrea decided, I'm going to capture a pawn in the center, allow the black pawn and the white pawn to get further into the game. And I'm going to give the white knight a good square in the center of the board. And give up all central control, and yeah. So Kramnik not going to be suspicious now, after all. So that's the good news. Interestingly, the mistake Andrea did here is the same mistake she did 2 days ago when she faced Matthew from Belgium, which is that she assumes that if you can capture a rook with a bishop, that's always going to be a good trade. But here there's like, even though she's able to win the rook, the activity of the white pieces, the fact that white has 3 pawns in trade for the bishop and the rook, and a bishop for the rook, it's just, even though you win a bishop for a rook, it's just, you have nothing. So it would have been better to be down 2 pawns, but have your pieces try to attack the white king. Then it's good, clarifying the position. Winning the rook, yes, but also trading queens, no more attack, passed pawns, just so many pawns so far up the board, trying to become new queens. So, yeah. Queen takes e4, and it's going to be all over for Andrea. Alexandra moved. Her opponent moved. Bishop to g7, attacking the queen. The queen moves away. Oh god, now even this bishop is trapped. Ooh, and this rook is trapped. Wow, that's ironic. So now the rook is under attack. The rook has to move. The queen moves to attack the bishop. The bishop has to hide in the corner. And it looks as though both the rook and the bishop got away. They had to go passive, but they got away from it. But here at the end, queen c2 attacks the rook moves, and then the knight comes in, and the rook is trapped. And turns out there were 3 black pieces that were in trouble. 2 of them got away, but the rook is caught in the corner. So Alexandra is winning. But Andrea is going to lose if her opponent finds the right move. If Andrea's opponent thinks that the rook is very valuable, then there's still hope. But if Andrea's opponent just goes for the queen trade and has 3 dangerous pawns that could become a queen in trade for a rook and a bishop, that's just too much. Yeah. Queen takes e4 on the board. Game over for Andrea. No Olympics for Andrea. I mean, if Andrea had made a draw here, she would have been 1900. So it's more of a delayed making 1900 rating than anything. And the Canadian Olympiad team, Andrea has plenty of chances to get there. So there's 2 more rounds in this Reykjavik tournament. The next round is going to start 1 hour earlier than today, so make a note of that. 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Europe. But what was I going to say? Yeah, they're also playing a tournament in Italy in May. So there's going to be plenty of chances for Andrea to showcase her abilities. And so far, she's done incredibly well in the tournaments she's played. Okay, trade between the queens. Andrea's gonna bring her rook into the game. And now if knight here, like, sure, maybe this could be dangerous. Maybe I've been a bit too quick to say that this is over. Could Andrea create some attack? It feels like there's quite a few black pieces in the vicinity of the white king. But Engine says that there's just no attack. It would help. Oh, queen takes e4, double. That's generous, but yeah, also true. That was the move that kind of shut it down. Alexandra managed to bamboozle. She initiated some tactics and the guy just fell apart immediately. So yeah, Alexandra's gonna win. Bishop d4, pray G. Yeah. Bishop d4, then the knight comes, attacks the king and the bishop, and the knight cannot be captured due to the rook pointing down on the king. So this would be one of the ways Andrea can win. Pray G. Whatever. What was played? Rook to e2. Well, that's a free bishop. Okay, game over. Alexandra wins. Her opponent gonna resign now soon. Alexandra using her queen to capture the bishop. And without that bishop, all hope is lost. Andrea needs her opponent to make a blunder, but her opponent has 23 minutes left, so not very likely to happen. Alexandra's opponent is trying to point this rook in towards the king. Alexandra captured the rook, but now the bishop is coming. So the bishop wants to attack together with the rook. However, the bishop also needs to defend the king. So if we just play bishop here now, black can't even bring the bishop into the attack because then we counterattack. So Alexandra just has this under control. Just move the bishop so that the queen can capture in here. The king stands no chance. Andrea's opponent did play bishop d4, which is the move we were hoping for earlier. The only problem this time is that Andrea moved her king up, which has put her king in the same diagonal as the knight and as the bishop. And that's game over right there. Rook e8 played, but now knight to d6 attacks the rook. The rook has to move, but then the rook is forked by the knight. And the girls are actually going to be done at exactly the same time. Some happier than others, though. Bishop e8 played by Alexandra. That was the move we wanted. And that is probably the move that's going to cause a resignation. And for Andrea, knight d6 is going to cause some resigning as well. Not a fan of the King's Indian defense. It's pretty good. And a lot of the games Andrea has had, she's had some really good black games and then just faltered. Like, she's gotten advantage against some really good players. I wouldn't blame the opening just yet. But I think maybe we should let her know that you can try and play the Jabava with the black pieces. Just for, you know, for variance. Or not give yourself 3 minutes for 20 moves. Yeah. Well, sure. That could be an idea as well. What was the biggest mistake in Andrea's game? Yeah, just this. Just the thing that decided the game. Up until this, like, she was down 2 pawns, but she had some interesting counterplay if she had played correctly. So it's not like she's making many mistakes in a way. Just a misunderstanding of the value of getting white's rook in the corner, not realizing that she actually doesn't stand a chance after the queen trade because white just has too many pawns. Knight d5 as well. No, but knight d5 looked cool. When a move looks cool, it doesn't count as a blunder. Because we're all attracted to cool things. Even when it turns out to be a mistake, we can't really regret it afterwards. Because it was... We understand why we were attracted to it. We're not going to blame ourselves for just following the body's desires. What's the most trying thing Andrea can do? Yeah, no, there's nothing Andrea can do. Knight d6, she just has to resign. Attacking the rook only has 1 square where it still protects the knight. But that's walking into a fork. How did Andrea get a tougher opponent than Alexandra? Partly because Andrea has more points. Or had more points. And partly because the way the pairings are done is that you take all the players on a point and then you divide it in 2 and you have the upper half play against the lower half. But because Alexandra is quite a lot higher rated than Andrea always ends up on the bottom half. Whereas Alexandra sometimes is on the upper half and plays someone in the bottom half. Alexandra gets the resignation. She gets the win, the rating points, the tournament points. She gets away with a white game, which hasn't been her strength. And tomorrow she's going to get the black pieces. Maybe she'll play a really tough opponent. Could be an interesting day. And as Alexandra's opponent resigns, oh yeah, and he's pointing to the square that caused his problems. Alexandra blundered a pawn in the opening, and she was in big trouble. But Remco just fell apart in the calculations. And they're discussing the faulty calculations and the consequences of it and what he could have done instead. And they get a talking to by the arbiter. The arbiter says, guys, take this outside. You cannot be talking in the venue while others are playing. But frankly, the others are not playing for very long because the knight has come up to attack the rook. And Andrea has had to sacrifice her rook to get rid of that knight. But after that forced sacrifice, Andrea is now down 3 pawns? 3 pawns down at the moment. Although it could be 4 if her opponent chooses to capture the pawn on a7. So not looking good. Andrea's only hope is that her opponent tries to move the rook to attack the knight in the center. If that happens, Andrea can move her knight, give a check on the king. The knight will be captured, but because of the opening along the rooks, it actually turns out that this is a good position for black, at least enough to make a draw. So that is literally the only hope Andrea has of surviving this. And yeah, that's just not going to happen. Why is the entry fee at tournaments higher for lower rated players? Amy. Basically, it's because the lower rated players have invested less time in chess, and hopefully they invested more time in their day job and became rich, and now you exist to finance my lifestyle as a chess grandmaster. Basically so that you're financing my way of life. GM tax, essentially, yeah. Andrea is attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves, the pawn will be captured behind. Problem is, bishop moved and attacked the knight. So now you don't have time to attack to capture the pawn. Andrea instead is now attacking 2 pawns at the same time. But then you can protect this guy. Andrea will win the one in the middle, but it doesn't really matter because at this point, yeah. There's problems everywhere. Shaking hand is the best move here. Andrea played on down a queen and a couple of pawns 2 rounds ago. So thinking she's going to resign just because she's down 4 pawns is a bit optimistic. Okay. Rook f1 not played. Bishop e5. Kind of the same thing. Attacking two pieces at once, making sure that white gets another pawn in their coffers. Knight moves forward. Can take the pawn. Can also advance this guy to become a new queen. After takes, Andrea's thinking she's going to go here, attack the rook, attack the pawn, and if the rook moves to the wrong square, you can fork. Oh my god. Andrea's position is so bad that even when you get the fork, you lose. That's a pretty damn position, pretty bad position. The pawn was captured. Andrea's gonna jump around. What happens when you queen two pawns and your own queen is still on the board? Where do they get the third queen? You can go get a new queen from one of the adjacent boards. As long as they're still not playing. As long as they're not playing. What if they also ran out of queens? You're allowed to stop the clock and call an arbiter and ask for a queen. You can say, I am intending to get a new queen. Can you supply me with a queen? You're actually allowed to do that. But then if you figure out, oh, if I get a new queen here, I'm going to stalemate the opponent, you're not allowed to take that back. Once you stop the clock, you're kind of committed to getting a queen. Just use an upside down rook. You can definitely do that. The problem with doing that is, according to the laws of chess, an upside down rook is, this is going to be a shocker for many of you, but it's a rook. A rook is a rook. If you have a rook on the board, you got a rook. Upside down rook, still a rook. That's a big surprise to everyone. Has there been a professional game with 3 queens? There's been a professional game with 6 queens, I think. No, 5. There's been games with like 3 queens for one player and 2 queens for another, which is pretty wild. I think 5 is the record. I think you can Google that. There's this guy who has a great page for curious records in chess. I think his name is Winters or something. Chess records. Records in chess. Leonard Winter. Chess records by Edward Winter. I'll post it in chat. And the resignation. Andrea resigns. She was down 4 pawns. That was enough. What are you gonna do? Good effort. It was an interesting game. It was one of those games that was actually quite interesting, and then it kind of just got decided out of nowhere because it was a complicated middle game, and you make one mistake there and it's over. Andrea made one big mistake, and that was enough to lose. Can you learn a lot from that? Oh, definitely. So in Andrea's game in particular, what I would highlight is this bishop to e6 move. Because I think bishop to e6, I think, is a very instructional mistake. Because it turns out that was the square you needed to use the knights to get into the center of the board. And frankly, in the game, once she managed to get those knights over, like here, she was having very interesting counterplay. So, yeah. That's what's really good about the King's Indian opening, is that even when your computer, I'm misspeaking so much. Even when the computer hates your position, you're always going to have some hope, because you're always going to have the ability to start some attack against the white king to kind of pose some problems for your opponent. Like, your opponent may be winning, but they're always going to be a little bit on edge, a little nervous that you're going to manage to suddenly strike through an attack on the king's side. Okay, Alexandra says she's calling. Let's go. 1 win, 1 loss. A reminder to everyone that tomorrow the round is going to start an hour earlier than it did today. Tomorrow's round is at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's at 3 p.m. local time in Reykjavik, 4 p.m. Central Europe, and 8 a.m. Pacific. At this point, the final match will be at midnight, 4 a.m., but still, yeah. Final match is a morning round. So that's going to be tricky.
I'm putting headphones, 1 second. Hi, Hammer. You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, God, that was loud. Well, phew, I'm so relieved. So during my game, I blundered a pawn because I had been calculating all these lines and I just messed up the move order, and that was extremely embarrassing. But then I said, you know what? We're not going to tilt. There's nothing you can do now. Just try to save it. And then when I tried the little sneaky thing and he took on f6, I was like, oh, I wrote down knight takes f6. I was feeling defeated. And then I look and I see a queen and I was like, am I dreaming? Is this real?
He even spent quite a lot of time for it. 10 minutes.
Yes, I was shocked. I was like, to what do I deserve this gift? But I'm not complaining.
Do you have good karma?
I do think I have good karma. Like the amount of times I run lucky in my life is kind of ridiculous. I've thought about it.
Do you feel like you owe a bit of luck then, since you've been so lucky in the past? How come you keep being lucky?
I think I'm lucky because I'm such a nice girl.
Of course.
I mean, that's the only reason. No, I don't know. I'm grateful for it. But I was also trying to not spiral in my head after blundering a pawn. But I thought I'd played the opening well. Other than that,
Yeah, no, I mean, you were just much better, right?
are you pausing for dramatic effect or?
No, I'm just lowering your volume because apparently I had increased my computer volume and it was a problem.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Well, I'm very happy because I thought I was gonna draw or lose. So the fact that that worked out was very. Ugh, I feel good, but I'm sad Andrea lost her game.
Yeah. No, you were definitely very lucky.
Better lucky than good, they say in poker.
It's true though, right?
But I feel like I was lucky, and then, but the opening was good. Like I blundered a pawn, but at least the opening was already very good.
Yeah, yeah. No, you were
So it's
much
like
better there. It's like your position was so good that blundering the pawn wasn't even such a big deal.
That's what I was
At
telling
some
myself
point.
in my head to not tilt.
Yeah.
Oof. I don't know where Andrea is. Let me message her. We're gonna lose my camera for a sec. Uh. Okay, let me check on Andrea. I'm at dinner in Harpa. How are the other ladies doing? Dina, Anna, Anna Maya, the other Alexander. We have so many female streamers here. Okay, honestly,
Am I supposed to keep that under control? Am I supposed to know that?
okay, how is Dina doing? How's Mother Dina doing?
Let me see what chat is saying.
Okay.
You don't think having to watch over your games is enough of a challenge?
No, I do. I just figured that maybe you know how Dina is always eating dinner with us. So like I just want to know Dina. She's our mother, so we have to check on her.
Dina's doing well against a very strong player, says chat. Oh, she's playing
Okay.
the candidate, the Nargul.
Oh yeah, she told me. She told me she's playing one of the females in the candidates. Okay, well that's awesome. Well, I don't know where Andrea is. I'm sure she'll come, but I feel like I can't see chat, and I'm just talking to you, and then you keep having these awkward pauses. So I'm like sitting here alone waiting.
I'm trying to basically. I think the awkward pauses is entertaining in its own way. There's something about them that's like a lot of people are maybe like cringing out, but I do think there are some people in chat who's like, oh, Alexandra, she's just like us. She's super awkward in the conversation. Like
you're the one being
like
awkward,
the common
not
man.
me, Hammer.
No, I'm encouraging your awkwardness because I cope with the awkwardness much better than you do.
What do you mean you cope with awkwardness? You create the awkwardness.
Yes, which is part of the reason why I cope better with it because I'm basking in the awkward.
Okay, well, I don't know if this is a fair treatment to me, but I feel great. I'm at the buffet. Let me show chat what the options are while we wait for Andrea. This buffet is really nice.
You're gonna make me hungry.
So I got some yogurt sauce. What's that? Salsa? Rice and beans. Ooh, Greek fish. Don't mind if I do. Sweet and sour pork. Oh, baby. And then we got some like, what do we got here? Hummus, broccoli salad, couscous, more vegetables. I'm very happy with it, and some toast.
Looks quite good.
It does,
want the
yeah.
hummus.
Oh, well, anything else I should know about my game?
No, not really. Like the game had two big moments, right? When you blunder the pawn, which was obviously just a freak accident.
Yeah.
And then when he blunders everything, which was, we'll take those.
I will take those. No, it sounds good. I also saw chat asking when our next tournament is. There is a chance. I'm trying to convince Andrea for us to play another tournament like in 2 weeks after this one ends. The Formentera one. I think it starts April 9th.
That's cool.
Would you be free for commentary, maybe?
No, it coincides with the candidates tournament, and I'm doing commentary on Hikaru.
Hikaru took you? Yes, but it's at different times.
I would maybe be available on the rest days. There's like 3 rest days.
I can't believe Hikaru yoinked you.
What can I say? I'm a popular man.
No loyalty, Hammer. No, I'm kidding. You didn't know. But the candidates, ours start at 9 a.m. Eastern, and that one starts at like 2 p.m. So you could technically do both.
That sounds awful. Let's talk about it.
No, it's fair. I guess it would be too many hours. It's just not the same without you commentating. Sag. No Hammer, Sag. Well, okay. Anyway, so I'm trying to convince Andrea to maybe play that, so we might have a chess tournament sooner. And also, chat, I am gonna be streaming on Saturday, and then I'm gonna be streaming poker from Canada Monday through Friday. So we're basically gonna be streaming a ton this month. So it'll be fun. I just wanted chat to know that we'll be around, but I don't know when our next chess tournament is now that we won't have Hammer. I need to see chat. Okay, I'm gonna go camera off so that I could read chat. Sounds like work? Yes, I know, it's gonna be a lot. Maybe you guys can help me try to convince Hammer to do commentary. That's all we can do. Okay, well, guys, I feel great. I'm gonna get some food. Let me check on Andrea again. Oh, she said, okay, I come, Sag. I am so stupid. You are not stupid. Okay, well, Hammer, I'm guessing Andrea's gonna call you in like a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I have more feedback for her, but it's partly because her game was, it was quite interesting.
Yeah.
But I guess when you've lost, it's not like the best headspace to receive some ideas. I don't know.
No, it's true. But was she ever doing okay? Was there a blunder, or was she just getting outplayed?
Like computer always hated her position, but it's the King's Indian, you know? Even when the computer hates your position, you're always gonna have some chances to create some attack on the opponent's king. So it was quite, I mean, it was, at one point she made a move that was so wickedly good that I thought she's gonna get Kramnik tweeting about her. But then she followed up on the next move with a losing mistake. So.
Well, that's how she keeps Kramnik on his toes. So.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let Andrea call you guys soon. I'm gonna go get some food, but I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Okay. See ya.
All right. Bye, Hammer.
Bye. Okay, so I guess we're waiting for Andrea. One winner, one loss. Both having a good tournament. That has to be said. With today's results, both of them are still doing very, very well. Both are gaining a significant rating for those who care about such things. But we would like to see a nice finish. There's 2 rounds remaining in the tournament. The next round will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. But already now you can be aware that the final round, which is on Thursday, that is that's going to be a lot earlier.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It's me.
Hey, how are you doing?
I feel stupid, but I honestly don't really know. I mean, no, I'd like your thoughts on the game. I think I keep making the same mistake over and over, where I think for 30 minutes on the first plan I have in mind, but it's also because it just takes me like an hour to get like out of ADHD brain. So like the first hour of the game, I spend just like overthinking everything. So I know my time management at the beginning was bad, but yeah. Otherwise than that, I'm curious what thoughts you have.
I mean, yeah, your time management is not good. You would definitely benefit from not using that much time, but
Really, just because like I sit there.
You have either a minute or 2 minutes.
I know, obviously. Go on. I don't take my meds at the tournament because I'm afraid it'll, I don't know, mess with my play, but I probably just I take them every other day. No, I know like the beginning. I'm just so like, I literally end up playing exactly what. Yeah, it's silly. Like losing 30 minutes in the opening is like the biggest mistake that I keep doing, and I know why.
But you're having good results, Andrea. Like it would definitely be better if you didn't spend that much time, but you're still having quite good results and you're coping with your time scrambles pretty well. Like the positions where you're making mistakes in time trouble are positions that's going to be very difficult even if you weren't in time trouble.
Yeah, no, that's why like I don't even blame the time trouble. I think like the tactic, because I missed. Well, I saw it like a little closer, but I thought that after Queen E7, I'm down a pawn, but I have. But
we
I
lost
did
you
that
after down a pawn.
Much more complicated position. Oh, like I saw that I'd be down a pawn, even though I saw it a little late. Like when I pushed G4, I forgot about bishop takes. I just calculated all the other lines. But then even when I got closer, I saw it and I thought, okay, I'm down a pawn, but I have a lot of compensation. But maybe the sack wasn't good.
Which sack?
Should I connect to Wi-Fi? The push G4.
No, G4 was fine. It was good.
Oh, okay. So then where was the mistake? Was it rook B5? I suppose I have a board here.
Rook G6 was brilliant. I was scared you were going to be accused of people for cheating because Rook G6 was so
but
brilliant.
Then when did I? Damn it! Yeah, I mean that was my plan from the beginning. But then when did I mess up?
Well, after Bishop takes D5, it's kind of like your game against Matthew, right? You're massively overestimating the value of getting a rook for a bishop. And you're kind of just so you're down 2 pawns, and so you definitely have a big burden to justify your sacrifice. But the computer is saying that after bishop h3 instead of bishop takes on
that was my original plan, but then I just it was so complicated because I thought, okay, it goes G6 and then there's a 4 coming, and then I just made a decision on a whim, which was so stupid. I should have just kept it complicated.
But you need to keep your light squared control, right? That light squared bishop was the only thing that you had really going for you, right? You had a light squared bishop. She didn't have a light squared bishop, and her pawns close to her king are you're able to force them to the dark squares. So that's always going to be like quite scary for her with such weak light squares.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, to avoid the fork, you can go queen f7, and then you have rook f8 after that, and you just shuffle everything over.
No, it was really simple. Yeah, I guess I missed with the pawn push line. I calculated knight takes, I take rook, and then I play like rook e8, and I just forgot that they take with the queen instead of the knight.
Yeah.
And that was what I had seen.
Well, even knight takes, I feel like should be quite easily winning for white. But
that was silly.
To me, it's like a general overestimation of thinking, oh well, I win a rook for a bishop.
I agree.
But you're already down 2 pawns. So when you're down 2 pawns, the equation becomes it's not about what you get for what kind of the trade, it's about what's remaining on the board.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, for some reason I thought that the rook would get me compensation for being down two pawns and would make up for the sack. But obviously, just keeping the attack and staying down two pawns is what would make up for the attack.
Yeah.
Probably. Was the position in black's advantage if I would have kept the bishop?
Computer gives +1, but I think in practical
Okay,
play,
so
it's very dangerous.
Yeah, that was really silly. I go for tactics when I know that I'm not following through and seeing them till the end, but it's just like, okay, I have 1 minute on the clock, I have to make a decision, and I think, oh, yeah, but like I went for it knowing it wasn't solid, so that makes sense.
Yeah. I do want to make, if you want to hear some chess thoughts on the opening, I think there was a very instructive mistake you made. Bishop to e6.
Yeah.
And my reasoning for calling this a mistake is because what square is the most important on the board right now? It's the d4 square.
Yeah, no, I know c6, knight c7, knight d6 is the plan, but I thought for some reason I didn't have to go for it right away, and I thought developing. And this is literally the plan that I had prepped. This is literally what I did last time, where I deviate from my prep because I think I have a better plan. But okay, my issue with c6 right away is that to go knight c7, you have to first prevent bishop c5. So I don't know how you're doing that.
Well, the thing is, after c6, the computer's top choice by far is pawn to c5.
Oh.
Because white also needs to try and improve their position. So white is trying to play c5, knight c4, knight d6.
Let's say they go a3 instead.
Yeah. And then you could go queen e7 or you could go b6. Computer definitely prefers queen e7 because after b6 you can get you weaken your pawn structure.
Queen e7, they go b4 and then you go b6.
Rook d8 and then you move the knight around.
Yeah.
And then you avoid.
I should have just stuck to the plans that I had known in the position, which was exactly this. But I don't know. I felt like because she moved her knight earlier than she should have and played knight e2, she gave me whenever my opponents deviate, I think I should punish them immediately, which in my opinion was, okay, my pawn's no longer attacked, so
but knight d2 makes your plan of going to d4 much better.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Because she's giving up the d4 square.
No, that makes sense.
It's so hard to quit when you put so much time into it.
That makes sense.
I mean, for me, it was painful.
Yeah, I guess when I did my prep, I didn't have like a fully like bishop b3 was like such a sideline that I looked at for like 2 seconds. And I knew c6, knight c7, and the knight in the center was the plan. I don't know why I deviate. Yeah, I should just stick to my prep. I keep deviating from my prep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, then I guess, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, Chad, I appreciate you guys being positive. I see. I just really, yeah, but yeah, there's nothing else to say.
Yeah. No, I thought I was providing some good insights, but if it was your prep, then it turns out it's not really a knowledge issue. It's just a decision one.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a decision making. Like me choosing to spend 30 minutes when I know like if I would have spent less time, I would have just played that plan that I had known, which was c6 and everything. Like even when I pushed, which I'm curious if g5 and rook f6 were the right moves. I don't know if g5 was the best move in that position, but that move,
both
I
were
spent
pretty
30
bad.
minutes play.
I can't think of whole life without chess.
Oh, yikes!
Like you still love it.
Yeah, that's not good. What was the better move other than g5?
Well, basically, you need to prepare against the onslaught she's doing on the queen side. So you need to go like c6, queen f7,
C6.
the computer says.
Yeah, that was my. Okay, I need to
Well,
discuss
you
this
want to
with
go
my
g5, but you were rushing it too much, and you were not kind of paying enough attention to what she was doing on the opposite flank.
Yeah, I just thought it didn't make a difference if I did it later or not. I thought it was better to see what plan she was gonna commit to and then push c6 after she showed me her plans.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel because nothing's gonna. I could go c6 later. I thought.
Yeah, but you could
But
also
no, I
go
mean-
g5 later, and then you could go c6 first to see which plan
Yeah.
she chooses on the queen. Like, the same logic can be used the other way around.
Yeah.
That-
So then what's the
it's
difference?
just a question: which move do you think you're gonna do no matter what? And then c6 is probably higher on the
Yeah.
agenda there.
No, that makes sense. You should probably defend against your opponent's plan before you go for your own attack. But I just felt like her attack
not
wasn't strong
always,
enough.
but in this situation, that was definitely the case.
I just felt like my attack was stronger, so me going right away for mine makes more sense than trying to delay hers.
I'm not sure you had an attack.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Because like
c6 right
she
away.
had both the bishop on e2 and the queen on d1, so her control of the g4 square was supreme. Her bishop to c4 was a clear mistake because she's actively moving pieces away from controlling that pawn break square that you need.
Yeah, that makes no. I mean, clearly you're playing black. Like, there's no world where your attack is faster. It's so annoying that this is the plan I know the entire time, and I just choose to rebel against the exact ideas that I studied before my game. I don't know why I keep doing that.
I
keep
also
thinking I know
mentioned
better.
I also mentioned to chat that I was not such a fan of the f4 pawn move because I was hoping we would get a knight to the f4 square. But that's all comes back to relating to the knight wanting to go via the e6 square, which is kind of the big thing for black in these positions.
Yeah, no, this is silly of me because this f4, g5, rook f6 plan is a line against not the Mar del Plata, which is the opening she played, but when they just keep the pawns in the center against bishop e3 ideas. And I was playing the plan from the bishop e3 ideas when I knew that the plans against Mar del Plata is exactly what you said. But I guess it's a deeper issue because conceptually I don't understand what changes when the center is closed versus when it's open, which is kind of what. So I honestly just think this was a bigger learning opportunity, because this is the plan when the position's closed. And I was aware that in these trading lines, the whole idea is just to improve your knight. But I just stuck to a plan from a different opening because I thought it would be the same, but it wasn't.
And one of the reasons rook f6 is just not very good when you did it is because every time you do the rook f6, rook h6, queen h5 idea, you always need to have your bishop to sacrifice on h3.
Exactly. And they could trade it.
So when she could trade the bishops whenever she wanted, that plan is just completely useless. You have to,
I realized
you
that.
have to go for the h5 g4, and then your rook is actually misplaced on f6 because you need that square for your knight to support g4.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. My mistake was that I was expecting she would go knight c4 right away. I didn't think she would try to trade the bishops, and as soon as she went bishop c4, my heart sank, and I realized, oh, my entire plan doesn't work because you can no longer prevent that h3 move. So yeah, that was the conclusion I came to. In my calculations, I just didn't even expect that you would play the bishop first, but she had a really good positional understanding of the plan I was going for.
Yeah,
and she played well there.
No, that's a very good point, and that explains a lot of kind of how the game went. Because technically knight to c4 was much better than bishop to c4, but then you got stuck in the plan you had against that move, and
Yep. Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. No, I think I know the main takeaways from this game, so I'll take it. I just want to beat the 2000s, but
another chance tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to start the game more focused and less frantic, because I just spend
But you're winning your white games. The fact that you're winning every white game and losing every black game, at some point we need to pay some attention to it, right?
Yeah, I agree. No, I think I have for King's Indian, there's 50 plans that I know of, and every game I just kind of get them confused, where they're slightly different positions, but I go for a plan in a similar line but a wrong position.
Yeah.
So I think I just don't have enough experience yet with the King's Indian plans.
But I do think the King's Indian as an opening really suits your play style. So
Yeah.
I do feel like this is a great learning experience, and even though the results aren't the way you want them, I don't think like
Yeah.
the opening is the problem. It's just more of a, like you said, gaining experience with it. And once that thing clicks, then suddenly you're going to be winning lots of games. Because like you had an
Yeah,
advantage
I agree.
against Matthew, you had very interesting counter chances here against Johanna. You had, the sacrifice thing you had in Prague was great. So there's a lot of potential in your black games. You just haven't been able to kind of see it through the same way.
Just need to break through. Chat said meditate before the game. I will try. I'll sit there tomorrow like this, in silence. I need to, yeah, but okay. I agree. There's some things that aren't clicking, and and again, I'm pretty mad at myself in the moment, but at the end of the day, I know that with these new structures, it's just experience and it's just playing them. And like, there's a lot of things that have cleared up, like this, for example, where I knew the correct plan and I still chose the wrong one just because I didn't see the difference. But okay. Alrighty.
Okay. Have a nice dinner and good luck tomorrow.
Okay, bye, chat. Thanks, everybody. Don't worry, I'm not taking my HD meds. I want to just, yeah, like I actually think it's good to build mental fortitude, but I'm definitely really like distracted for the first hour, and that's why I'm down 40 minutes. My chess kind of reflects my life, where I'm late to everything, and I have no time management. Which I don't think I'll ever fix that, but you know what? It's a good learning lesson. I was on time today. I was on time
It
today.
was just a question. I wasn't accusing you.
Well, you said I was late today, but that's not true.
No,
I was not.
But you're showing.
Man, I was on time. Okay, yeah. Well, Dina and I's goal today was to be 30 minutes early, and we showed up exactly on time. So now the goal is to be early from on time.
Because the
And
thing is, we're supposed to set up before.
well, I'm saying on time as in I was set up before. But like literally I finished setting up and like sat down for 1 minute and then the game started. But I was on time. That's the argument. I was on time.
I'm proud of you.
But all right. Oh my God. Oh, tomorrow's 11 a.m. Wait, I don't know what time's tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's 3, right?
All right,